You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. The most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey. The most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
Rolling must go. This is massive outside. Wicked and wild. Why do? What you do? Why do? What you do? Rolling. You walk up Trinbago. You walk it up. 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 Rolling. You walk up Trinbago. You walk it up. 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 To Mayaro, you walk up Trinbago. From San Go to Tobago, you walk up Trinbago. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago. You walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley mama planting garden long time now, but now she all that night and she feeling now how she passing at the she's not no without any doubt. Now Rowley on the thinking and talking all about. You walk up Trinbago and plant cassava. Walk up to Ranofical and plant hot pepper. Walk up the refinery and plant celery. You even gone so far to walk up Gary. Rowley. You walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley must go, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go. Makaram, he walking all about. Look how he walk up, east, west, north and south. Any side you turn, he walk up the land. The way how he walking up, causing confusion. You walk up the judiciary and plant body. You walk up the fish lake and making them dead. You walk up the treasury and planting margin. You don't have no class, when the land go past your ass. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley must go, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go, Rowley must go, yes, Rowley must go. Like he have a plan to walk up the Indian, like this man crazy, he want to walk up all our weed. It is very sad, to Rowley like he mad, he walking up at will like he mentally ill. You walk up to that hotel and plan sorrel. You walk up to gas and clean up in your ass. You walk up to TV and plan Karaili. Good way and where you want, by calling your mother. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley, you walk up Trinbago, you walk it up, 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 you walk it up. Rowley must go, Rowley must go, Rowley must go.
I'm going to be singing Plight of My People. Make some noise for Lady Gypsy.
No plight of my people. Too much a one thing good for nothing. Too much a good thing never enough. I don't know why my black people cannot see. No party never care about we. Every election we so devoted. How we love up we PNM. As soon as the election come and go, it's only problem after problem. How could we cope? Man lost their hope. I ain't seeing no solution. Every time PNM come in power, it takes a toll on black man. I don't want to sound like a racist, but this is what I can see. They just take care of the race, but they damn well know they have we. I want to ring me bell, wake up Eric Williams, tell him the party funk name PNM needed immediate attention. Ring me bell, wake up Mother Cornhawks, tell she to cast a spell on we party, cause it's not what it used to be. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. This thing is becoming out of hand. It's time this damn nonsense stop. If you don't sing a PNM song, from Skinner Park you'll be dropped. Calypsonian could have sing what they want. We were the spokesman for the people. Eric Duffy, Chambers Dunphy, when Kamala drunk how she like to pee. Calypsonian no, that's no way to go. Too much happening in we country. All this killing spree, young woman body, but only about PNM you could sing. All them songs playing on the radio, all you singing with Kamala do. But when PNM do a wrong thing, I hear a word from you. I want to ring my bell, wake up Mother Cosell. Every Monday she preach on WAC radio and is the biggest critic of Calypso. Ring my bell for Patsy and Joni. I want them two cultural lovers to know not only PNM song is Calypso. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell, I ring my bell down there.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE LP 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
Yes, 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 yes. Let me say a special hello to all the WZYE 95.9 FM listeners. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. And we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. That's 6 to 9 p.m. There's no other place like in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. Let me go to 1/3 of the DAG Triplets here. No other than the one and only Diana Waveney Benskin McDonald, boy.
Ring my bell, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling. I like them sheep pen behind you, boy.
Ring the bell, man. Ring the bell.
Ring my bell. Ting-a-ling. We had to bring she in the village to perform that, boy.
But, correct is right, you know.
Yeah, boy. I like that song too bad.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a bell, you know. I don't want my bell to be like Stark Bell. My bell has to have a different ring.
Yeah, I gonna get a bell too. I gonna get a bell. I need to get a bell, boy. No joke, you know.
Oh God!
Ring the bell, boy.
I gonna get a Bajan bell to ring, boy.
Yeah. You gotta get a bell from Mother Cornhawks, boy.
Yeah, Bacchanal, yo, this is his place.
Mother Cornhawks, you gotta get a bell. You think it's
I'm gonna get a bell. I get a bell from Madam Mia Motley.
Yeah, I don't know who I get a bell from. I get one. I get a bell from Mother Cornhawks.
Oh boy, Bacchanal.
Phantom inside.
Good night, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Everybody's doing fantabulous, man. Let me see.
Gary, what going on? Well, me and you vex? What? You don't call me no man. Tell me, do darling. What? Oh
yeah,
God,
Gary.
a bus are not
Yeah,
gone here. I wasn't supposed to bus.
You're exposing me business, man.
Yeah, we're exposing the business publicly now. I
Oh,
like that.
God.
I like that. Gary, I agree with you. I
Yeah, you
saw
gotta
that.
keep that thing under the rug.
Hey,
Yeah,
watch it on
yeah.
Slam, don't let me expose we business, huh? Okay.
No, I like that now, man. I thought she would just drink water, take bamboo, and mind she business. But she ain't doing that. Oh, God, man. Where's that one?
But don't let me expose you on Tommy, I have secrets, I have numbers to burst,
God, but I tell you.
I'm just checking. Are you guys hearing me clear?
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Let me tell you,
Okay.
I cleaned out my closet 34 years ago. So my closet clean too bad. There ain't even no cobweb in it. Nothing.
Oh,
No cobweb. Well, let me say this, thing change up a little bit tonight. Because John Jarubir was in at 3:47 p.m.
Woman is boss. Woman lead the pack.
No. Takisha was in 155.
No. Takisha Mazi was in on the live stream.
No, I checked this chart here.
Yeah.
But looking at the history here, man. What's wrong with you?
I see Takisha in at 155.
That must see a boot. That must see a boot. Bootleg site.
That's a bootleg. That's a WTV. That's not a WZYE TV. That's just a WTV. I feel Takisha send you a text, Hey, Takisha, listen. With that radio voice, Takisha, when she call and say, "Hey, Gary."
I checked it earlier when he was hosting the wonderful extravagant meeting down there with the best prime minister.
I don't talk about that one, boy. That was
done, but not this here.
Yeah.
No, but I checked.
No,
it was in 155.
She come in 155 for that one. Yeah.
For that one, not here.
I checked the live she was in. All right then.
Oh God, Gary, you wasn't back of the class, boy. Oh God.
No, that PNM live virtual meeting they didn't have until, and they didn't say one word about the beat 'em.
And you see how much chum you see how many times I poke them about the beater?
Boy.
I was expecting that he was gonna address that. And
no, you interesting. But let me get this thing out of the let me get the chat out of the way here quickly. So John Jarubia was in first, second, and third, boy. John, John imposed just once, she said, what 347. She said,
look who's here. Nadia says, good night, everyone. And Slim, you and them cow pen, boy.
Hey, Nadia, you gotta be careful, Nadia.
You sure you're not a cheap pen?
Yeah. Don't be upset with my cow pens, okay? You see, most of my cow pens right now, Nadia, are very empty. They only have one. The left foot, right foot fella in the first.
Who is that fella with the pitchfork handsome?
Who's that?
I see a man dancing with a pitchfork there.
Gary, don't start me up now.
I don't know who played that song. No, not me. Gary, you ain't going to with that, Gary. You on your own with that. Gary, you send me the song and I'm going to play it, and I play the song. All right?
No, that's not the song I sent you.
Gary, you on your own with that, Gary. But John Jarubia was in first, second, and third. I think this might be the first time, somebody come first, second, and third.
What?
Right? Yeah. And
John sound like me, boy.
First, second, and third. John said I'm mixing matters today. And then Liam
Takisha said no, it was fish stick and then her.
When? In the live.
In the live, not here.
Yeah, fish stick like he had all the wrong glasses.
So if the chat does refresh after some hours.
No. This one stayed.
Oh, this one stayed.
Fish stick was
first, and then me. Okay. All right. There were two lives today. All right.
Right. So we had this one here, and then we had the other one earlier in the day. Right. So Liam Dazzle.
Welcome. And he knew. I never see that name before.
No. Liam is Baka. That is
Oh, Baka, yes. With hello, Baka.
yeah.
Welcome to the heart of the village.
Troy Smith was inside. Troy Smith you inside. Lana, you inside.
Albert Montana, you get back your computer from your wife, boy.
No, it wasn't Albert. Albert wife never take your computer home. You talking about Ellis.
I get a text from she that she take away thing. That she give it back to
I
her.
think somebody called Biggest using the name Biggest.
Yeah. He was here before.
Oh, yeah. I guess he's from that area. He was in the vicinity of the meeting.
Oh Lord, Lana vexed and Lana, what's the matter, Lana? What can the matter be, Lana? Oh dear, what can the matter be?
But
Lana vexed.
I hear Lana saying in the chat, Lana say, nah, boy, I can't take this no more. And Lana, and I just say this very carefully. Lana is a person could stand up to anything, you know what I mean? She a tough metal. Lana say, boy, I can't take this no more. I can't take this no more.
She left.
Yes, she busted, boy. So Smith say, Lana, Ketos make me smoke a half of ganja and a half a puncheon. Oh God, all you wicked, boy. All you not easy. Oh God. Well, highly welcome. Highly say, as I mentioned, the second red line on the shirt represent the what? The Baphomet horns. He pack up and gone fast. You see it right. He changed his red jersey for that shirt. That man must be on the same red over. I don't know what you're talking about now. I know absolutely not what you speak.
That's their talk. Remember, the opinions of the guests and their chats does not reflect those of WZYE.
Don't worry. Yeah. Ali says that was a waste of time that they did. Why didn't they keep that PNM meeting and beat them? Ali,
that's what I say too.
You want me going to take a drink tonight, you know? I think only want me going to take a drink
remember,
tonight.
Gary's not part of the management at WZYE.
All they talk about.
So you're not taking any responsibility for me.
Yeah. 66 years. 66 years. What can you do for 6 years? You can put your foot in none of the other P&M shoes. Right? Slim, you should have asked why that meeting wasn't held in the BTM.
So, Ansem.
Hold on. 1 minute. Let me just get rid of the chat here. Lana says,
keep looking in the back for a guess, right?
Don't worry. Talk about UNC. Well done, Keith. Now all Lavender will go vote you back in for the next 5 years for standpipe and no applicant for African Trinbago. You know, let me get you this chat, boy. All they gave me more vex, you know. Lana, I think they sent all for me tonight, you know. I feel so. I got to put something up that Tito said when he was in opposition, he had a bulletproof vehicle. He was the only person in government to have one. While Heinz talking in Lavender, people being shot and killed. Yeah. Those who support wrongdoing is no better than the head of the camp. Yeah, Fish Stick, the inside partner. Fish Stick,
good night, Nadira.
Yeah. Fish Stick say, yeah, boy. Last night
was but it's a lot of killing. I mean, it's like people just snuffing people out like they're mosquitoes or something.
Takesha,
oh my God!
You know, realize that
dialogue. Takesha say,
who's scary.
Who's Bobby Head? I think it's
Bubblehead. You know who Bobby Head is?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay, wait. Let's pause for a moment. Let's pause. Wait. Let's pause for a moment. You know the bubblehead thing that you have in the car when the car ride and it bumping?
No, yeah, I know that.
Oh, okay, good. And it balled, right? Okay.
Oh, what is that? Yul Brynner? Yul Brynner have a ballhead?
Kojak too?
Yeah, Kojak have a ballhead too. Oh, I don't know. Only American laws they way. Yeah.
Cracker.
Yeah, Lana said they're going to have until to fool them for standpipe and no water.
I got something to say about fooling the poor people.
Yeah, people keep me to talk about UNC, nothing else to do.
Right. And here we are, what? We are self-appointed media personnel. What do you use? Self-appointed media journalists or some, but you use the word self-appointed.
No, Lana.
Social media professionals and experts.
Self-appointed. Yeah.
Lana, they had people in that meeting, the PNM meeting. I think Fitzgerald was there.
Oh Lord.
But let's remember I'm a homeless, faceless creature, okay?
All right. All Keto's taking credit for what a PNM minister did. Shame on Keto's. Oh, Lana, look at Vex tonight. Nobody but a mash me too. Oh God, Lana Vex.
Oh boy.
You leave Lana tonight alone, eh? Yeah. Lana, I agree with you, they should have talked about bringing betterment to the citizens of this country and betterment for Beatum and Laverne, who are left out for the past 66 years under the PNM. Lana, you gave me more. Hey, see that? Bring me 2 of them blue pills and bring me some of that light skin, the clear bottle with the clear thing in it. Bring me some of that. I feel like I gotta drink some of that tonight. Let me see that.
In Mark Forest Park on the label. The clear but Mark Forest Park.
Huh? Lana has a question. Ansem, did you say anything of importance in today's briefing by the PNM government? Lana, let me answer you very correctly, right? It is the first time in years I listened to a PNM party, a PNM virtual meeting, and I wanted to turn it off. I actually wanted to turn it off because
I left after a while.
Let me finish going through this here. Lana, Fish Sticks, welcome. Takesha, let me just go through this real quick here because all this thing, let's go fast. Fish Sticks say he left to do something. Takesha left to do something too. Okay, and Sam, owe me a Guinness for just watching Keto Sunny Gang. Yeah. Hey, Nadia, good night. How are you?
Nadira say you're like in the box already.
No, I in the cow pen. You can't. If you are part of something, I go in the cow pen too. So like I say, yeah.
I am my little cubby office here. I ain't going in no cow pen.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk about that later. I don't see the.
You stick to had them watching the wrong life, dude. I see PNM do that. They give me the wrong life. They set me up. They set me up. Biggest. It's time for the PNM to account up for everything. Good night to the DAG Triplets. All right, let me just put this person on hold here. Yeah, good night to the DAG Triplets. Blessing to you all. Welcome, I'm Biggest. Lana.
Good night, Biggest.
I was in the vicinity of the meeting, Success Laventille School. Yeah, Takesha say I have short-term memories. 2 pills I take just now there. Hey, Claudia. Claudia is my real good friend. Claudia is my next good friend. I got a separate voice for Claudia too, but
Good night, Daryl. You got any figs today? Sorry, then Daryl. I just mixed up the names. Yes.
It's Richard Ramrook. What's wrong with you?
I just mixed up. Sorry, Daryl.
Like you don't know the difference between CK and plantain.
Sorry, Daryl. Sorry.
Hey. Nadira, how are you, Nadira? Welcome, Nadira. Claudia.
Hello, Sharon. Oh, there's a Sharon Bernard in there.
Oh, yeah, Sharon too. Sharon, welcome. Yeah, Nadira. I'm going in the box already. I ain't wasting no time. I am my own boxer and it's free.
Yeah, you wanted to mind your business?
What? All them people going in that savannah to drink water, take bamboo, and mind their business. That's what they're going up in that savannah for. All they think it's easy.
Oh my God. I want to see this thing here.
What is that? What thing?
This sheep pen thing.
I mean, look at right there. You ain't seen it. Look at right there. That's why I put it up there.
I went to a concert, Earth, Wind and Fire concert recently. You know, right? And I sent a couple of shots from there. We weren't in any sheep pen. The requirements to be there was we had to have the juice, and you had to be boosted, and you had to wear your mask. We went in, and it had more. It had. I don't know. It had over. I would look up the seating capacity of NJ Park. It was full. It was filled to capacity.
But Diana, I want to let you look at something on the screen, right? Look at something on the screen, right? Look at this, right? Now, this is here in the United States of America as well. This is what they have done. They have took 3 of those police barriers, right? 3 of those police barriers, and make cow pens with it. So it costs these people here way less than what the brilliant people we have in Trinidad and Tobago, led by Winston Gypsy Peters, in order to do something. Why can, in this pandemic, this place where people suffering, people can't get food to eat, look at this. Simple. Look, what difference to this than the cow pen there? Right? And you know what? Charge them for this. But you see, I said this. You see, some contractor has inside information, right, with respect to that contract, that they know that them fellas and them was going to have these cow pens, right? And them fellas and them put themselves in position to fix that business, of course, right? To fix the business. And as soon as Gypsy and them announce that, them fellas and them is the only one. I would like to see the bid that went out for the contractor who won that bid. I would like to see that. You know? And I don't think they had any anyway. I really don't think they had any. You know, but that's the sad part. And then we hear yesterday the Prime Minister talking about whistleblower, right? Whistleblower laws. Whistleblower laws. No. Let me get to the meeting today. You know,
trying to buff people and bully people.
But I mean, bullying the Minister of Public Utilities publicly, you know, telling them, hey, you are ordering me now, right? Get them 6 weeks. And meet with J-Tom and meet with the other one. I mean, publicly.
That I didn't like.
So I asked my wife. My wife used to manage about over 400 people, right? I said, wait, Nadi, if publicly your boss come to you and say, hey, I want you meet with so-and-so, and I gave you 6 weeks to do it. The man is a bully. And you disrespect the Minister of Public Utilities, and I don't want to brief him, and I just gave him thunder for what happened on the beat him. That was so disrespectful, man. And the other thing is this. I hear the man say he was drinking a beer in a brown paper bag. I told the man say he don't drink alcohol. Did I miss something earlier?
Drinking a beer at a meeting like that? Yeah, that's not professional.
But Diana, the question is, I always said a liar has no memory. And my mother-in-law told me 34 years ago before I get married, a liar has no memory. Watch. If you tell the public you don't drink alcohol, you're supposed to remember that and don't come and tell them you went into this place and the person they have beer in a brown bag and you had to snub the fort. So that means you're drinking alcohol. Right? Liar has no memory. Liar has no memory. Now, the other thing is this, right? He talk about McKissick. But, you know, they were involved in slavery and the 5th generation. Now they have a company here in America and they're doing business in LaGuardia. You're absolutely correct, but there's one difference. The government of New York and New Jersey empowered McKissick, a black-owned firm, and give them $1 billion in contract. Why you don't do the same? You see what it is? Them people part of the go along, get along, pay them gang. When them hear you talk that kind of thing, oh God, what? But I know, and I was telling him, my wife, I said, you know who McKissick is? Is a black woman who's the president of that company, right? And they have been empowered by New York and New Jersey with $1 billion in contract, right? And there was an organization here, my wife worked for them guaranteed 20% of any contract had to go to small and minority businesses. And McKissick right, is one of those companies, a black-owned company that was empowered by New York, New Jersey here. Why you don't do the same thing? But you want to go and mention that because them many go along, get along, pay them gang. They don't know nothing about them companies, so you can tell them anything. Watch them, or they watch them on radio Monday. Watch them, go and listen to them. You can hear them go, oh yeah, the Prime Minister go McKissick, and they don't even know McKissick is, right? Then was the thought from twins living in Toko, right? McKissick. Twins. Them told us that twin living in Toko, they were yelling at the Prime Minister talking about the twin living in Tobago and Toko.
Oh no.
Them is not them they're talking about. It's a company in New York, right? Set the example.
Yeah. I didn't like the way he called out.
One other minute. And you went into the beatum. Well, not into the beatum. You went to Success Lab until secondary school. And you didn't even come up with a sentence that included the beatum and what it did with Sue on not another sentence, you know. You don't have to come up with a whole paragraph. A sentence about what the people dealing with in beatum. Boy, you're wicked and evil, boy. You write across any beatum. I sure you get a sentence what was going on in the beatum. And you have nothing to say. You was like, the song should always sing. Not one word. Not one word. Not one word. Or the wicked and evil. Eh? You can right there, and the other one say John Lines. He had nothing to say either. Well, I miss most of it.
And nobody, and on top of it, no one passed by the beatum.
No,
Go
they
into
pass.
the beatum.
No, they pass quickly. They pass because the other pass and main road right.
But did they go in? Did they go in? Yeah, I know the logistics. No, but did they go in?
Go in? Where they go in? They pass.
Nobody went in there to find out to see how them people doing, right? But no, they go.
And finally, somebody talking now, Pastor Google, telling me people to call in, and tell me when last you see MP, right? So I call in, and I tell me last time I see my MP was on TV, right? Because he never visited people in Chumaka. Yeah, I saw him on social media. I see him on TV. I see him on Facebook. I see him on IG. But I never see him visiting the people of Chumaka Club until, right? The people now calling and cussing me and telling me, hey, oh, what she go call you and say, last time he sees your MPs on TV. Yeah? Yeah, and then so I tell them, I say, well, listen, some of them people living in Chumaka Clavant, because when I leave home, 18 years of age, you had no TV, right? So them people, some people who have a TV didn't see him, and those who didn't have a TV didn't see him, right? But anyway, our next guest is inside.
No, well, let me go.
Special guest.
Remember?
You want to bring him in first, or what?
No, I'm going to do the introduction.
So you don't
let me do the introduction. I want to do the introduction.
Go ahead,
okay, ladies and gentlemen, this icon needs no introduction. His skills on par with his reputation as a journalist or a musical enthusiast. It is my pleasure to introduce this Trinbago treasure, none other than the musical genie, the one, the only, Mr. Rennie B.
You see, Slim, that's the reason why I'm gonna have her as my MC. That's the easiest thing to do. Just let her get the job and do it for me, and I will just stay there. Hi, Slim. How are you?
I am fantabulous, splendiferous, and marvelous. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, man. What's up?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know.
We miss you from the airwaves, man. If you go up on a branch and play, I tune in on that branch. So good.
You know, we're gonna be organizing something real soon. I just needed a break from the whole madness for a little bit. I see Anselm is still getting energized with it, and you gotta be careful you don't burst a vessel, my brother. I understand the passion, and I fully appreciate it, but you gotta take it a little easy.
Nah, boss, let me tell you, if I burst a vessel to the people of Chumaka Clavantil, I am fine.
Fair enough.
If I burst a vessel to the people of Chumaka Clavantil, I'm good to go.
That's right, for the poor
Martin
people.
Luther King says, your life ends the day you remain silent about things that matter. Don't forget that.
So how are you doing?
I want you to write down that one already.
Me, I am there, dabbling in this and dabbling in that, and hanging out with this crazy person here, getting crazier. But
since I've known him, he's been quite passionate about this situation, and I respect that.
Yeah, so he has recruited me to, and I've gotten involved. I'm like, ooh, Lord, I never knew it was so much.
Well, let me say this. The last time the PNM had a meeting in Laventille, or the last time the Prime Minister, somebody gave feedback. The last time, let me see if you done. The last time, Rennie, do you have something on in the background?
Not to my knowledge. No, you're hearing something you're not supposed to.
I hear a little background something.
I muted myself. It's you. Yeah.
Yeah. I just left. Rennie,
you had a phone on hold.
Right. The last time the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago visited Laventille, right? Besides the opening of the pool on Sorghum Trace, right? When they give the people of Laventille a pool and they tell them, drink water and mind your business, was when he was in Chumakak, Laventille, when the building burned down in 2011, and he was in opposition, and he marched up there because he was in opposition. And since then, I think he'd been back to Laventille less than 5 times. And I think today was the first time in over a year, I think, that they've been to Laventille. So, what I will tell you. Anyway, partner, how are things going? So when it's in the village with the DAG Triplets, it's the DAG, these Diana. Diana is considered to be the Storm. I am Ansam. They call me Flash of Wall Street. Then there's Gary. Gary is considered to be the Phantom. And then we have another gentleman who will join us later, Tommy. Tommy is a commissioner here in Newark. How are you doing? How's the New Year treating you so far?
Everything is good, my brother. You know how it goes. You just roll with everything. I think that's the best way to deal it.
Someone in the chat is asking, who is he? Well, let me tell you who he is, Fish Stick. Back in the day, when you went to a party and Rennie B was at the turntable, it was packed from wall to wall. You never sat down, my brother. You never sat down. Now, when you wake up in the morning and you heard that voice or whatever time he came, whatever time slot, but whenever you go to a party, you can be assured that you were going to have a fantabulous, splendiferous time when this man was at the helm playing that music. This is who he is. He's a legend, Fish Stick. Get to know him. Good.
I gather Fish Stick's been away for a long time. I can appreciate that, but it's all right, brother.
He's one of the younger fishes, so he wouldn't know.
that is.
Gotta let him know.
So Rennie, I want you to take us back to your career when you started in Trinidad. Where was your start in radio in Trinidad and Tobago?
Yeah, it's a very long time ago, man. It's a very long time ago. That start was just about at Radio Trinidad, and after I stayed at Radio Trinidad for a bit, writing and so on, then I left Trinidad and I came up here to New York and went to an announcer training studio, studied broadcasting there, stayed there for about a year and a half, and then went back to Trinidad and started out in the Voice of Radio Fusion. From there, went into Radio Trinidad. From Radio Trinidad, I think it just happened after that.
And your last gig in Trinidad, I know, was a talk radio program. Was a morning talk radio program. You and I think another young lady was on that program?
Yes, that was Michelle Borrell, yes.
107.7.
Yeah. And that program used to interview, important people in Trinidad and Tobago, right?
Well, the important thing there is, and Slim, you are up here in New York. I have been the program director at WWRL, which is All Talk Radio, from 2000 all the way until 2015. So that was 15 years of All Talk and All Politics. When I got back to Trinidad, the intention was to continue doing politics, but in the interim, as Diana would know, folks remember me for the music, so we decided we'd do the music, and then we would slowly fuse in the talk. So what we did on the morning shift was a combination of the music that folks remember, and of course, into what I've been doing for the last 15 years, which was talk radio.
Why it is in Trinidad in talk radio you had to pick a side?
Yeah.
Repeat that for me.
Why in talk radio in Trinidad and Tobago you had to pick a side?
You're forced to pick a side. You can't just be neutral.
You can't be the thing is, or anti.
I don't pick sides. I think the issues are there, and issues are issues, and you may take a position that would lean on one side or the other. But essentially, I'm not into picking sides. I'm into just dealing with the issue and dealing with the issue the way I see it.
But no, I'm just asking overall, why in Trinidad, in talk radio in Trinidad, you have to pick a side. In talk radio in Trinidad,
I don't really think you have to. I think people try to push you in that position, and that it's up to you whether you want to follow it or not. People are always going to try to put you into picking a position. It's up to you whether you want to take one or not. I have taken my positions. Some folks thought the position leaned towards the PNM. Some folks thought that it leaned towards somebody else. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me what people think. I know where I stand, and where I stand are on the issues. Right here in the United States, I mean, I don't label myself as a Democrat. I don't label myself a conservative. Oh God, I'd never do that. But at the end of the day, there are issues, and I have the things that I believe in and the things the way I view them, and those are the things I speak to. As a broadcaster, I don't think we have to take a side. Now, people may find that our positions may seem to lean one way or the other. It just happens to be, our perspective on the issue, but it has nothing to do with whether you're PNM, a UNC, a DLP, a Democrat, a Republican. That's really irrelevant to me. I think as the broadcaster that becomes irrelevant. Now, there is a big difference between being a broadcaster, being a journalist, and being a talk show host. As a talk show host, you're allowed to take your positions. That's fine. Nothing's wrong with that. But if you're not taking the position as a talk show host, then you get in there and you just deal with the issues.
But the way I see it, right? For example,
I am not hearing you too clearly, Ansel, for some reason.
All right, maybe this will be better. Hold on a minute. Let me do something. Let me put up the volume here.
Yeah, and his bootleg mic again.
Who's got a bootleg microphone?
He buy it from China. Good thing, no cheap thing, no good. Okay, but why he fixes that glitch? Right? Is that better? You hearing him?
Yes, brother. Go ahead. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So this is my observation, right?
Hey, you're not talking to Nadira,
In talk radio in Trinidad, if you are talking against the government, right, on a program, it's highly likely that your radio station may not receive any ads from the government. Okay? If you are talking against the government, you could just have one program, and overall, that one program for those 3 hours could be talking whether it's PNM, UNC, anti-PNM or anti-UNC sentiment. It is my understanding that whenever you take a side against a government in power, it's highly likely that your radio station will suffer the consequences of not even getting public service announcement from the government. And let me say this. Let
me answer you this way, Ansel. Again, you've not only been on Wall Street for a long time. You've been doing this talk show business for some time. From 20,000 to 2015, 15 years. I was the program director of WWRO. The reason I mentioned that is because we did what was considered as democratic talk. Okay, we never received an ad or a commercial from conservative-leaning businesses or from the Conservative Party. It is no different in New York as it is in Trinidad. It's the same thing. Companies and people spend their money where they think their interest is represented. And you mentioned the Trinidad scenario. Well, it's the same thing here. For 15 years, we were the only Democratic talk radio station in New York City, reaching the tri-state area very effectively with 20,000 watts of power. But did we get conversation? I mean, did we get advertising from conservatives? No, we never did. And there are some companies that would not spend by us because because they spend where they lean. I don't think it is unique to Trinidad and Tobago. It's a situation that you have happening all over the world. Now, the broadcaster can allow people to pigeonhole them if they choose to, but that's the broadcaster's decision. And my decision as a broadcaster is that nobody's going to pigeonhole me, because when the time came necessary to speak against something with the PNM, I would, or against the Democrats, I would. And if it is something that I feel strongly against, and it happens to be against the conservatives and or the UNC or whoever else, then I will do that.
You see, the thing what I'm saying is that we here at WZYE 95.9 FM, right? We took up an issue with respect to exile and stranded citizens, right? And prior to that, I really had nothing negative to say. I wouldn't say negative, but no challenges towards the current government. I was part of the go along, get along PNM gang. You know, I would just go along with whatever they say, and I would defend it, you know, regardless, and I'll find ways to defend it. And then when exile and stranded citizens came along, I said, I can't defend this. And I decided to stand up for that, right? The same thing happened when I was defending for the go along, when I was defending for exile and stranded citizens. Is the same thing happened before, I was doing that. When I was part of them in the belly of the beast, in the bowels of the beast, I was good. I was good. Even though I was good, they never put one public service announcement on this radio station, even though when I was good, right? So when I went on the other side now and I was fighting for exile and stranded citizens, things got even worse, And it was fortunate that when I went to the store, I didn't use a PNM card. Or when I go in the gas station, I didn't get my PNM card. Because if I depended on that PNM card, I would have been sucking wind for months now. That's just my observation.
But at the end of the day, my brother, I'm saying it is the same thing wherever you go. People are going to spend their advertising dollar where they think their issues or their perspective or their agenda is best served. It really is not unique to any country. I mean,
So
while the Republicans were in control, we never got an ad coming out of some of the government services that would spend money.
So what you're saying then?
It just happens just the way it is.
So what you're saying then is not really about country. It's about making the party look good or bad. Because if
wherever
I am fighting
in the world you go, that is what it's about. This is supposed to be the biggest. This is supposed to be the beacon of democracy, and that happens here. You're not going to get on any station that is going against the government in power grain and expect to get money. It just does not happen.
But Rennie, I am saying that before, after was the same thing. It didn't make a difference. I understand that if you are pro that party, that they will look after you, right? And because your agenda is basically their agenda, you are selling their agenda on your airwaves, right? And I used to come here and defend the PNM left, right, and center, and assume for years upon years upon years, it wasn't this. As soon as the exile and stranded citizens came up, and I said, boy, I have to take a stand now because this is about country, right? The whole thing changed up, as Duke says, So I'm saying that the experience, as far as I am concerned, was different because when you were pro, they were like, yeah, they ain't giving you nothing, right? They ain't putting nothing on your table, but you pro them, right? When you supposedly know, right? Say you're anti them with exile and stranded, they ain't giving you nothing either. Right, so I kind of come to the conclusion what it is. I might as well just stand up for country, right? And become standing up for Chumaka Claventil, right? This is not standing up. This didn't be something against the PNM, right? The PNM should be happy that somebody standing up for black disadvantaged people in the country, right? But I against the party.
But anyway, Rennie, on a lighter note, I don't support
Diana.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'd like Rennie to address that if he can.
Yeah. I don't support any party in Trinidad and Tobago. I have never voted in my homeland. I tried to get back my ID card to vote and open a bank account and perhaps open a business under the current establishment. But I'm currently met with a lot of hurdles and roadblocks of all kinds of documents needed. And when I bring the document, they want something else, right? So I catch on to what's going on. I lived in Barbados's economy. I'm Bajan by descent, so I have the privileges of living there. And I sometimes sit on the sideline and I watch how Trinbagonians behave. Fortunately for Barbados, we don't have the division that high percentage of the two races. You see, so we don't get that that toxic thing of that racism, injected into politics. And it puzzles me that all of us here, I hold a birth paper for Trinidad and Tobago, and I see everybody as a Trinbagonian. And I said, why can't we all, with Trinbagonians, why can't we all just say country, right? Whatever, country first. We're not holding allegiance to no party. We're not giving them this power. And I am a diehard. I'm a diehard B and a diehard. No, if you're not doing right, and you let us get someone else in there to fix the issues that are affecting the population and for the betterment of the future generation. And I, as a person who's never voted, none of the two reigning ones right now don't garner my interests. They're not in my favor because I hear too much negativity for the yellow side, and I hear, oh Lord, I seen what's going on under the red. Because I myself had to rescue a whole lot of stranded people. I'm still helping one more stranded person that the Prime Minister know about. So I wouldn't vote for either two because I don't like what I see. Now, someone else new comes to me and say, well, okay, this is what we're going to do. And perhaps I might tend to lean that way because historically what I'm hearing, I'm like, no, I don't like this. Let me try somebody new and see if all it could fix it. So what say you, Mr. Bishop?
What say in what sense? I mean, I hear what you say. I believe in voting. I believe in getting involved in politics because politics is life. However, you're entitled to who you want to support. I don't believe that anybody can get a solution by not participating in the process. That does not mean I'm going to condemn you for not taking a side.
Yeah, I'm not condemning anybody.
I'm not too sure I understand the question you were asking me. When you say what say me, in what sense?
Well, as a non-voter, who's never voted because I migrated so early, and I want to, I made an attempt to come back and inject myself back into my birthland and, open a bank account, and I would have been moving the US dollars, perhaps open a little business, go into business with someone in a nail salon or, something, be present. And I'm blocked from doing that as a born Trinbagonian.
Well,
why do these hurdles exist?
It's a lot of problems you have to look at. I mean, Anselm, one last, and I'm going to answer your question in a second, I just want to ask Anselm, when last you visited TNT?
Right before the pandemic.
Right. And did you try to open up, I'm dealing with Diana's issue here. Did you try to open a bank account and you see the problems with that? You have to make an appointment to put your own money in the bank. I mean, and the attitude is, when we get to you, we get to you. And once we get to you, of course, we will charge you all exorbitant fees and we will be exactly what we are, which are banksters and not bankers. But that's a whole different conversation. There are challenges wherever you go, D. You're going to find them wherever you are. You're going to find them here. You're going to find them at home. The thing is, you've got two choices. You can stay outside and just not participate in what's going on with both parties, or you can get involved and hopefully make some changes from the inside. And I don't mean from the inside of a party, but from inside the politics, which is to say that I'm in agreement with where Anselm stands in the context of he is against something or for something, and he's saying how he feels about it. His angst, however, on the other hand, is nothing that's different, because wherever you go, people are not going to give you the money. If you, Lord Kitchener said, sit down on Riverstone and talk river bad. I'm not saying that you are wrong in your position. I'm saying that if you're talking against a company or organization or a government, you can't expect to get the money. And let me go back to the first part. And sometimes when you're in the position of supporting them, we had that situation with Hillary Clinton, where we are Democrats, and we're not getting any Democratic money because the consultants are telling them, listen, you want to spend your money with the people who you have to convince, not with the people who you already have. So I understand what you're saying. It is a very difficult place to be, and that's why you have to decide you're going to deal with the issues if you're going to be on radio, and you're going to take your lumps where you get them, because there are times you get lumps from both sides.
And you are absolutely correct. But you see, Rennie, here's my problem. My problem is this: if in Trinidad and Tobago, if you have a community that goes to the P&M Bank and put their money in the P&M Bank loyally, year after year after year after year, have never forsaken you. When time comes for them people to go and take out something from the P&M Bank, not in form of money, but in form of their constituency, in sort of improvement with the roads, in sort of improvement where they live, the P&M abuse you. Right? To me, and I talk about my community, I just tell people, listen, I am pro-Laventille. I am not anti-Caroni, nor my anti-Toko, nor my anti-Maraval, nor my anti-Goodwood Park. I am pro-Laventille. Right? And when I see what's going on in my community, because some people cannot stand up and speak in their community, in that community, because of they may have a CPEP work, like my mother who was a water carrier. And they are not, I don't want them to stand up and be victimized because of their position, because they have to put food on the table. And these governments are they will victimize you. They will, right? So I had to stand up, and I could take the thunder, because I tell them, it's Chumaka Clavente, I go building one apartment to one. Why does it have to be like that? Why?
Yeah. Why are you victimizing people for speaking out? And I'm told by Anselm and other individuals, if I make an attempt to go to Trinidad now, they will arrest me. Arrest me for what? Why are you going to arrest me?
Just now, who said they would arrest you? And I mean, what's the basis for that?
Thank you. That's what I would like to know.
I don't understand the statement, because why would they want to arrest you? I mean,
that's what I want to know.
You speak your piece, and it is not you're not the first one. There are many people who speak their piece.
Thank you.
But Rennie, I have been told, and some right now is not a good time for you to go to Trinidad, not because of the pandemic, not because of COVID-19. They say read between the lines. I have been told that.
Because you speak.
What do you think that means?
They tell you now it's not a good time for you to go to Trinidad because
because of the pandemic.
Not because of the pandemic, or not because of COVID-19.
Well, I mean, people say a lot of things. Look, people say things.
It depends on where it's coming from, though.
If you know, and I know you do, your rights, you understand how the system works, then people can say whatever they want. They want to arrest you. They say what they want. They cannot do it because, if you don't have a case, they cannot hold you.
Thank you, Rennie.
Rennie, I could come through the airport and something could appear in my luggage all of a sudden.
But my brother, my brother, that can happen here in New York City. You know that. That can happen in New Jersey. That can happen.
I hear you. So in order for me to avoid that, let me stay here and wait till things clear up, and for me to put myself in that position.
I am Anselm, I'm not looking to make anything rosy. And, funny enough, when Diana called me and said, come on to the program, I said, we're not touching politics, right? And she said, we're not touching it. But I understand. No. But I understand this is what the basis of the program is. So, I can roll with that. The only thing I cannot roll with is to find that Trinidad and Tobago or any Caribbean country is any different from what we see here. What we see here in the so-called Mecca of democracy is victimization, is isolation, is oppression. We see the whole question of fake news, the whole question of bias in everything we do. I mean, it's as present here as it is anywhere else. And at the end of the day, if there are issues in Trinidad that people agree with or disagree with, then go ahead and talk about them. So would I. So did I. However, to single out this government is against that government, this party is against that party, it is happening all over the world. There is no way you can find anybody in the UNC crazier than the people who are here as Republicans. But the same way, you're not going to find any crazy anti-vaxxers here that you're not going to find in Trinidad. It is all over the world.
Rennie, we are not singling out any government or any country, right? But I cannot make an excuse for a government when they can do certain things. For example, we are spending $15 million on a taste of carnival with some cow pens in the savannah, right?
But I am not. No. Hold on, Anselm. I am not disputing anything you have said. I am not agreeing or disagreeing with it. I only commented on the area that when the perception is felt that Trinidad is worse than everywhere else, that is not true. There are some things that may be more in a rum and roti manner, or maybe a little more naked than other places than here. But it is as bad here as anywhere else you can go.
And listen, I am not saying no, but I'm saying that I cannot make an excuse or give them a pass because it's bad in other places.
I'm not asking you to. I don't expect you to.
Right. So I'm not giving them. So I should say to myself, well, you know why they are Chumaka Claventil so? Because if you go in Africa, there are bad places. If you go in America, there are bad places too. So they're not that bad, right? Because that is all over the world.
Let me repeat, my brother. I am not in disagreement with you. But the only area I dealt with was when people make the comparison of here or Trinidad being worse than other places. This is not to say it is not bad there. I agree with you. I was there. It is bad.
With you. Bad.
And because it's bad, we all have to just deal with the issues and try to correct it. And there is a lot to be corrected. There's a lot to be corrected now. There's a lot to be corrected when the other party was in power. There's going to be a lot to be corrected if there's a third party that comes in, which is not going to happen, God help us. But even if another party came in, even if you brought Duke to Trinidad, God help us, I didn't say that, did I? Anyway, even if you bring a third party into Trinidad.
Why do you say that though? Why do you say God help us if you bring PDP to Trinidad?
If you bring
PDP
because I think Duke is a crazy man, but again, that's my opinion.
I think
he's a crazy man. That's my opinion.
No,
but it's an opinion. No, look. I don't want to come in the center of a conversation like this unless I'm there from the beginning. Because the premise of this, I walked into the middle of what is going on. I was just making an example, and maybe I should hold my editorializing to myself. I will do that. But at the end of the day, there are problems in Trinidad, like there are problems everywhere, and you have the right. I applaud you for raising a ruckus about it. I applaud anybody who raise a ruckus about the banksters because I think they're all crooks, they're all declaring profits, they're all doing their swindling. I agree with anybody who agree with the people who run the economy in this place, that you've got 4 companies or 5 companies that control every aspect of Trinidad and Tobago. And you've got some people who are being arrested and put in jail all the time, and the real people who deal in the guns and the drugs are not being held. I mean, I understand all of that, and I am in agreement with all of that. I just do not think that the revolution is one of parties. I don't think it is because, as I said to someone recently, the people make the government. And if the people get more involved like you have, if people get more involved, then they start making intelligent decisions. And you make intelligent decisions when you pay attention. You pay attention when you do more than just read headlines. You pay attention when you understand policy or try to learn it. You can make a difference when you hear a whole budget and listen to every part of it. You can follow a whole how government operate when you know that when election is over, the work has just begun and not finished. This is the involvement that people have to do. But then it takes folks in media. I mean, you do your bit. There are other people who do their bit. It takes people in media to stop echoing some stupid questions when they have press conferences and to really look at the issues and raise the issues and ask the questions. And there are some journalists who do it. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not putting everybody in the same barrel. I am just saying that too much time is spent on what we call mauvais langue and less time spent on the real issues, and too much time is spent on headlines and what sounds really good and makes a very good talk discussion, but does not educate anybody or elevate the conversation into any way at all. I'm sorry, I digress.
That's okay. Ant'l? Hello?
Well, yeah, I mean,
We're approaching the top of the hour.
Oh, okay. All right. So when
Station ID.
we gotta go for a quick station identification. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Stick and stay, don't go nowhere. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. And we have with us tonight international radio talk show personality and fantabulous and splendiferous DJ, no other than Rennie.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We're back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. You see, I find that the politics in Trinidad and Tobago, and you want here to talk about politics, so let's we can move away from politics. So
yes.
So Diana,
Yes.
You go ahead.
Yes, Rennie, I want to thank you for taking, the short notice invitation. But, like for those in the chat who don't know him, Rennie B was back in the day, you remember when Teddy Pendergrass came to Trinidad, Rennie?
I remember we not only did a program together, but we spent some time before the show.
Yeah, boy, and I can't remember the venue, but I went to the show, and when he performed, boy, he took off his shirt and he threw it in the audience, and those sophisticated girls, they were fighting for that sweaty shirt, boy.
Sophisticated, yeah, right.
And when you go to places like Palava Place and Rolls Royce and JB's and M&M and Heritage and Perseverance Hall and wherever Rennie B played, I was there. You were sure, and it was like as a young lass, I just got my independence from that abusive home. So I love music. Up to today, I still love music. It was your part of your routine was buying a piece of cloth and getting an outfit made that you saw on Soul Train to go to a Rennie Bishop fete. So those were my young days with this gentleman here. And when you got to see a whiff of Rennie B at the thing, you were in awe of this handsome man behind the turntable. But he ain't interested in a gal like me. He had his chicks with him, But
you're trying to get me in trouble here.
So those were the days. This gentleman here, he was
those were some great days. I mean,
yeah, you think they'll ever come back, Rennie? You can go to a fete and enjoy yourself.
you can never go back to where
Yeah,
you were,
boy.
and the times that are gone. They are new times. People have to. We all, yours truly included, we all have to say that what we lived before was fun. Now we have to make our own memories with what is, because you can never roll back the clock.
Yeah, boy.
You can never revisit that room. What you do is you hold that memory and you use it whenever times get really rough. But those
And
are some exceptional times. I mean,
I remember you used to host I don't know if you used to do it, but the Casey Kasem top 10 would come on, I would wait for that coming on, and man, I mean, those were innocent times, as a young lad, you're waiting for the Rennie B top 10, and we would bet with one another 5 cents and a chewing gum card. I bet you this song will make number 10. Then Rennie come and flip the whole script. And it's not the song that we thought would be number 1, and he brought it out. But just your memories of you as a DJ and stuff. The young people now, Trinidad and Tobago, and you could leave your fete and walk home, wherever you're going.
That is the problem, not just for Trinidad, it's for all over the world. Things have changed, and I think. And I'm not going political with this, Anselm, so don't try to pull me back in here, but I'm just going to make a point on that.
No, but you're not supposed to talk about politics, though.
Don't let him bait you, Rennie, all right?
What it is times change, things change, and we just have to accept it. One of the areas that has gone crazy is that there is a broken contract between governments or those who govern people and the people that they govern. And as long as you have people, the divide getting wider and wider, you're going to get crime increasing. You're going to get crime in every aspect increasing. As long as you have people who are favored, who are making money and having the foot soldiers do the distribution for them, you're going to end up with a greater jail population. You're going to end up with everything being a business. And as far as safety is concerned, let's stay with the parties you're talking about. The times have changed. I mean, long ago, 2 people get into an argument. The most will happen is, the worst will happen, is somebody's going to pull out a knife or something like that. The worst is going to happen. Now, before you even breathe, everybody's got a gun. Everybody's going to get a gun.
Somebody referred to you as the pleasurable Piscean.
Among other
than the Iceman, the nice man. Hey, you all know him, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, those
are. You were part of the peace in my abusive world at home. I used to climb the mango tree and listen to the neighbor's radio and could hear you. Because the Boogie Monster I lived with, I was not allowed to listen to the radio in the house. So the neighbor, he loved the music. And his music would be pitching, and I'd be up in the mango tree, and I could hear you, and listening to you, Rennie B, and it brought peace to me, and I would be singing the songs up in the mango tree, the top 10. So it's an honor to have you here on my little podcast and to interview and speak with you in a casual manner, despite Anselm trying to drag you down the political road. But that's the kind of bait. He's a bachak, Watch him.
No, but at another time, Anselm knows this because we've had this conversation. This is not the first time we are speaking. So at another time, we can have that conversation, but I like to be there in the beginning of a conversation.
Good.
If I'm there in the beginning of the conversation, then I know where I'm going.
No, but
I just know there's a great danger, Anselm, in walking down to the standpipe, picking up a bucket of water, and you don't know what is inside the bucket.
No. It sometimes it's fantastic to walk to the standpipe and just get a bucket of water.
Oh Lord, but you go ahead by yourself.
But we had to walk to many standpipes to get buckets of water in Trinbago. You may not have to deal with that when you was in Trinidad, but I know very well. Almost every day I had to walk to a standpipe to get a bucket to bring water. So I know much about that.
Just that you're not unique. I grew up in Santa Cruz Road in San Juan. We used to have to go to the third pipe to get water to bring water too.
I thought only middle class people live in Santa Cruz.
You see what?
I thought only middle class people live in Santa Cruz. I'm asking, I don't know, because I never used to leave Chumaca. You know, I used to hear about them place. The only time I used to go through Santa Cruz is if I had to pass through to go to Maracas.
Well,
you know,
I didn't say Santa Cruz. I said Santa Cruz Old Road, which ran through San Juan into Santa Cruz. It was the connection between the Quasi and Santa Cruz.
Oh, okay.
Now, we have a lady here. We have a lady here in the chat. Lana Budu is bigging you up, Berenice. She loves you. Say hello to Lana, Rennie.
Hi, Lana. How are you? I know Lana. Lana is up on the among the folks on the Facebook, and so I get the chance to hear from her. Thank you, Lana.
Yeah. So what's next for Rennie?
Well, in the first place, you know, I've been doing radio now for so many years. I think I just need a break from it. I took a break from it after I finished after I finished the stint in Trinidad. I came back and I wanted to go back to radio, and then I said no. I think I need to take a break. I have taken a break, and just recently I've been got back involved with a group that we're doing a stream broadcast across the world. It's for the diaspora.
Okay, let me know. Let me know.
World Media Network. So
I need to shake my pampalam. So whenever you're having a fete, you're playing at a fete, I come in to shake my pampalam. Let me know.
Well, early o'clock. I don't think I'm doing any fetes anymore. I've done more than enough.
Why, Rennie? You can't do me that, Rennie. What's the
Girl, there are times when you just grow out of things, you know.
Nah, Rennie. How come we don't grow to you? Rennie, ain't nobody could drop tracks like you, Rennie. No. You can't give that up.
I appreciate that, honey, but oh Lord.
You can't do us that, Rennie.
Maybe one day we'll do just for the fun of it. Why not?
Yeah. Play some music. You got to play the music and virtual and let us dance or something. But you can't just give up that, Rennie. No. This is what you're known for. You can keep us moving. No. And at my age, I need to move more. You understand?
Well, in my early incarnation, that's what I was known for. In the last 15, 18 years, I'm known for talking. So I'm known for politics. So it's a case of
yeah, you need to throw a big fete or something, man. I don't care where you charge. I come in.
Let Anselm work out something, and we'll work out something. Anselm, you got to deal with that.
Anselm, you gonna work out the fete in Jersey?
Yeah, we go work out something, man. You know,
yeah, I come in.
Rennie and I had previous discussion, you know. I mean, you know, Rennie and I had previous discussion. So I mean, you know, I always open, you know. I always open. I'm open. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I went nowhere and down until that Earth, Wind and Fire concert Wednesday. Gee, I need to go somewhere.
But Rennie, do you remember back before 2015 when you were at WWRL? We were supposed to bring Dr. Rowley on the programs that someone had in the evening. You remember that?
Yes, yeah. I remember. Yes, I remember.
Right. And they couldn't get there because of the New York City Marathon.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they were going all around. I think that was my first actually introduction to you. That's when you was at WWRL.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, WWRL. What's the status with WWRL? They've been sold or what?
I beg your pardon?
What WWRL has been sold or is it still there?
Oh yes. The station was sold and the format went all Indian and recently all East Indian music, and then it went Spanish, and now it is owned, I believe, by iHeartRadio, and they're doing something.
Okay.
They're doing some black outreach via the station right now. But as you know, AM radio is really not an issue anymore. AM radio is not something that people listen to anymore.
Right.
But Rennie, there is no, like how we had WLIB used to have segments for Caribbean music. I don't hear Caribbean music no more on air as much as I used to before. What happened and why not?
Money. It's commerce. It's commerce because a lot of the Caribbean a lot of the Caribbean programmers are now doing internet streaming because the radio stations don't see the constituency as big enough, vibrant enough, and or lucrative enough to be doing programming to them.
Oh, okay.
That's what it all comes down to. That I mean, Grandmaster Flash song is something that you can always reach to for almost anything. It's all about money in a damn thing funny. That's it. If it is not paying the bills, nobody's going to spend the time with it.
Unless they're doing a hobby like me. I plan to launch my own internet streaming radio
when you do that, I will be listening.
Okay, cool. I taken a lead from you. How you just mix, All right, good. I had 2 Facebook lives and they were in awe. I dropped some tracks on them. They were in awe.
Hello.
I learned from you,
It's good touching base with you all, though. At another time, Anselm, we will have that conversation on some more politics, and at some point we will organize that party.
Definitely.
It's great talking to you guys. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you, man. It's been a pleasure.
Any closing words for our listening audience, Mr. Bishop?
Not really. I think I think I'm going to jump on because, as I said, I spent so much time doing talk radio. I'm going to jump on what Anselm is doing and tell folks. Well, 2 things. I'm going to jump on what you both are saying. One is that and let me deal with the D part first because ladies come first. At the end of the day, everything is important, but make some time to enjoy yourself. Because if you wake up every day and the only thing you pay attention to is strife, you are not going to be enjoying your life. You will not be living. You will just be existing. And then I go to the Anselm part, which is also dear to me. And that has to do with if you think that politics is not part of your life, look at how much you pay for everything. Look at the places you live. Look at the way you live. So politics is very important. But if you think you can just talk about it from the outside, if you think you can just listen to people who just opine on things without foundations, then you're going to find yourself misled very often. And if you don't want to call a spade, then you're going to find yourself fighting the wrong revolution. When the UNC was there, we had a problem of race politics. I mean, crass race politics. With the PNM there, you still have politics, and you do have some race inside of there, but it's not crass. With the Democrats here, you have a case of people who are looking out for their own self-interest, but in the scheme of things, they're looking for issues that affect the general population. With the Republicans there, they're looking for their self-interest, but they're looking for people who are the 1%ers. I mean, it's a case of look at it, make your decision, listen, and participate. If you don't participate, you're going to be left out. Life is all about balance. It's all about balance.
Indeed. Well, it was a pleasure having you here, Mr. Bishop. And we're expecting engaging with you in the future, and you stay safe.
Both of you all, thank you so much. You all have a wonderful evening.
Okay, you too, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it greatly.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye now.
Bye. You have to take him out.
There you have it, ladies. Icons from Trinidad and Tobago, no other than
Rennie Bishop.
Rennie Bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, boy. Anselm. I see. Well, first, while we're on the good things, right? Let's stay in a good mood. You remember the young lady, Dorsha Charles, who was in here, and Dorsha Charles, who had the service for helping youths deal with the emotional and stresses of studying at university and stuff, and helping them with the lessons and tutoring them and stuff. And the young lady that used to sell the penny cool and stuff with her father and the South. You remember her? Or you're just saying, Dorsha Charles.
I remember her.
Right, okay.
I'm telling you yes, and you tell me if I'm
good. No. All right, good. So I want to give her a shout out because she solicited some laptops from Helconia Foundation. Helconia Foundation. I hope I'm saying it
That's a P&M Foundation.
I don't care. I'm
No, I'm just saying. That's what it
I
is. That's what
don't
it is.
care.
But
From
that's what it is,
Heliconia.
Diana.
I
That's
don't
what it
care.
is.
Well,
I'm
I
just
don't
saying
care.
what it is, though.
But Anselm, okay. She solicited some laptops from Heliconia Foundation, and the young lady who was waiting for the birth paper. Remember her? Is it what's her name?
Yeah.
Aliyah. Aliyah?
Yeah.
Right.
But the mother never got in touch with me. I was trying to help
Oh
her
yeah,
get that situation.
Takesha is working with her. Aliyah was the recipient of one of those laptops, and she delivered it today. So we want to give kudos to Dorsha for following up on it, and kudos to Heliconia Foundation to stepping up and helping with the laptops, so the young lady can get to go to homeschooling. That's all I had to say for now.
They don't need my help to get the birth paper. They're all okay. They're okay on
that. Takesha will. You can speak to Takesha. Don't want to talk about it on air here.
No. I just wanted to know.
I don't want to talk about it on air here.
No, I
Gary,
understand
talk
you don't
to
want to talk
Takesha.
about it. Yeah.
Talk to Takesha off here.
Okay.
Right. So what's next?
Well, guess will be joining us at 8:30.
That's about 15 minutes. Okay, y'all take it for a minute.
Okay, let's go to
So what's on the agenda there, Ansem?
We have all right, hold on there. We have let's listen to this here from this person. All right. Let's listen to this. This is with respect to the decomposition.
So we found another body in a repo, and a decomposing body at that. And it's like the Ministry of National Security just doing what exactly with their budget. So you telling me that Olien learned nothing from when you discovered Andrea's body, when you also dug up the area and you found other countless bodies there, in between Olien melee with beating Belcon to death, right? Olien found other bodies. So Olien telling me now that from that time till now, last year till now, Olien put up no more street lights. You didn't put up a police post, your floodlights, cameras, nothing. Ollie just did not improve on anything pertaining to national security in that area when you know fully well that it's a dumping ground. What the hell going on with Ministry of National Security? Ollie getting a huge budget every year and you still can't make a plan? And TTPS and all with their tactical 2021 policing, and yet still all you can't patrol more, set up a police post or some kind of sting operation in the area. Nothing. So these women just magically appearing there and decomposing it. All you find 35 million for carnival, but yet still you can't put some of that money into national security so that they could put things in place so women don't get dumped there. What we waiting on? What it is we waiting on, Trinidad and Tobago, for who to go missing and decomposing then to get serious?
Sad.
So we found another body.
About a week or two after Andrea's body was found there was a attempted kidnapping where a woman had to throw herself out of a car in that same vicinity. So I don't understand why we didn't put that area under surveillance. I mean, that would have been the common sense thing to do, and then people have to understand. I mean, here in the US, people step up when things are not, the police is not following through, and they add themselves as volunteers. So I mean, help with your community, help keep an eye on things, do your own patrolling if you find the police is not patrolling. A lot of people out at work, I'm sure they could find the time, but I mean, we do hold the police responsible, but at the same time, it's your community, it's your life at stake. Do something about it.
Far as telling the people to bring on the police probe with respect to the car, he's telling the people bring on the police probe, so he doesn't have a problem. And he did get an endorsement from the Prime Minister tonight. So we may have to wait a little longer in order for this one here is cash to switch. A new headline here in the Guardian. Let me see that headline.
Cash to snitch. So what they're saying is
Cash
they're
to
going to
snitch.
provide.
Yeah,
they're going to
that's
provide
that's the
funds.
whistleblowers. That's the
Yeah, for the
whistleblower.
whistleblowers.
Yeah, that's the whistleblower. So, so the Guardian say they're paying you to snitch. I mean, this headline. What, Gary? I have a UNC headline to deal with you about, eh? Yeah, that.
So how that become my responsibility? How can UNC become my responsibility?
No, I just say I just think that I'd pick on you.
All right, bring it on.
I pick on nobody else. All right, so the same probe the AG, right? That's the same car thing. He's supposed to get probe on.
So I want to know if this probe on the AG is a racist thing.
No, that's not racist thing.
Why are they only attacking the AG like this?
No. I think if he violates any law with respect to that car and how long it take to transfer the registration or whatever it was, I think they should have an investigation into it to see what actually happened. You know, this is the Prime Minister talking about the whistleblower. You know, this is Rory tells house. But you know something? It's funny, right? When they write a story, the headline is Rowley tells house in whistleblower debate. I was marked for death. Right, this is in the news there. The Prime Minister said on Friday he had to be driven around in a bulletproof vehicle when he was opposition leader because he was targeted by certain elements for his determination to expose corruption at all levels in Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Rowley said this when he opened debate on the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2022 in the House of Representatives. He said anyone familiar with TT's past and present will have no trouble understanding there's an overwhelming level of corruption. Describing this as an unfortunate fact of life, Rowley said the corruption was not limited to politicians, but found at every level of society. He said, as someone who committed himself to exposing and eliminating corruption, when it is found, people threaten to kill him. But let me ask a question. Have there been any corruption found by the current government or anybody other than Marlene McDonald? That would happen way before the current government. And anybody been arrested or charged for corruption that you know about? I don't remember anyone.
I can't. What about the I don't know if it's the same thing. Something with some minister in a guest house in Tobago. Is that corruption?
Who was that?
Or is that the same thing?
Minister in a guest house.
Yeah, some minister got caught in a guest house with somebody or something. I don't know.
No, I remember
I
that.
don't know. Maybe them in the chat.
That,
was it Minister of Sports? Was it?
Yeah, that was
so much. Go ahead.
You know, I think that was sexual harassment though. That he was fired for more than anything else. So Gary, here is the article, right, Gary? And I want the people in the chat to address this, right? It says Donna Cox tell elderly disabled starve for 2 months. Now, Gary, what do you think that means to you if you read that article?
Is that true though?
I don't know.
No. But
I have no proof that she said that.
Okay, good. Gary,
the only thing is, I mean, basically they could say that she's saying it indirectly, in that by cutting off the checks for the investigation. Right. I mean, But I never heard Donna Cox make any speech like that, so I can't say that I heard.
Correct. So Gary, here the article says how callous, and now this is on the unctt.org page, right? And I think it's important that when you read this tells me that Donna Cox made a statement to them to start for 2 months, right? And I think these are the kind of things that we have to stop doing. Okay? Now, it says, how callous and heartless the Minister of Social Development and Family Service, Senator, the Honorable Donna Cox, can be. Now,
we
I don't
need
have
somebody
no
from
problem
the
with that.
UNC to clarify that.
No, yeah, I don't have no problem with that because she did call certain people greedy, right? And we did something about that. After 1,836 checks were reported stolen following a break-in at TT Post Office in Sandy Grande, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has temporarily stopped the encasement of all checks related to social welfare grants at groceries, supermarkets.
All checks were stopped.
Right, and retail establishments for the months of February and March. Most of the recipients of these checks depend on them to survive on a month-to-month basis, to buy groceries, pay bills, and purchase their CDAP medication when it's not available. So how can the minister put a hold on payments for 2 months? So what?
So you see where the headline for the article come? She's telling them to starve if she's stopping the check for 2 months.
So basically, it is indirectly.
Diana, if I go starve, me to say I have no money to buy other things. You don't know if those people have money to buy other things, to buy things.
Right? You don't know.
Right.
You don't know if they don't have.
Right.
But if you are depending on this,
if they're depending on this here as income, then it's safe to assume they don't have.
And remember, these are the social grants. These are the people who have income. So I don't think it's a wise thing. I mean, I haven't had a chance to look into it deeply, more deeply in this. But to say I could say I have knowledge about it, I just got a glance of it.
This is what the statement says. Donna Cox tells elderly disabled to starve for 2 months.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you, then you're reading to me that the checks are all stopped for 2 months.
But she didn't tell them to starve.
No, I didn't. Did I say that? Remember I said that before? I didn't hear her
I'm
say
not
that.
saying you say that, but Gary, I'm saying that. When I read this, I was like, wow, Donna Cox, man, how could you be that? That's such a person?
Yeah.
But now this is where the staff comes in. So what these 92,000 citizens are supposed to do for the next 2 months? Starve? That's a question that they ask. Right? But the question and the statement, the headline, is too and this is part of the problems that we have. You want to put a certain perception. And I'm not calling no brief for Donna Cox. We lamb-blast Donna Cox in here. Right? But this is where we talk about balancing certain things. This article is misleading.
Very.
It is very misleading. And we have to stop this kind of thing because we're saying that she said the people will starve for 2 months. How about the people not going to have benefits for 2 months?
Check and see if our guest is in the background. Eh?
No, she's not there yet. She's not there yet. How about that? Let me see what the people in the chat saying because I know. Hold on. Let me see somebody. I think it only fair until they find the thieves.
But basically, if you cut people money off who are dependent on it, you're basically telling them that indirectly, without verbally saying it. Yeah.
But Gary.
I understand the point you're making there.
Gary.
I cannot say that I heard Donna Cox verbally say that in anything.
In order to me, this says Donna Cox. So I had to tell people. I told you, right, to start for 2 months. And I'm saying that. Okay, Lana says she said they will not be issuing any checks for that month, and then 2 days after the UNC post, she said differently. But Lana, she never told them to starve. She never said that. That word never came out. What we are doing is that you see, right? And listen, I understand this, because I just put up Gary Griffith exposed. But when I put up Gary Griffith exposed, it is somebody talking about Gary Griffith and exposing what he's saying, what he have done. For example, Dwayne O'Connor made a calypso with GG now. We have Triple G and we have Double G. Right? Right? Dwayne O'Connor was exposing some of the things that Gary Griffith did or didn't do. Watchman does maybe daily now, right? Audios on WhatsApp. And 99% of them is about Gary Griffith. And I put Gary Griffith exposed. When you listen to the thing, you may not agree with what Watchman says, but Watchman is exposing Gary Griffith. And here we are saying that, and it says Donald Cook tells her, right? And
I'm losing your voice in and off. I don't know if it's your mic or whatever.
Maybe I'm moving from the mic. Yeah. So all I'm saying, Gary, is that okay. Hold on. Lana said that. Hold on. Let me see what I'm doing here. Ulrich, welcome. Ulrich says you had to be mad. Oh, all right. Lana say what? On some Ketos, no, he was marked for death and not bulletproof vehicles, and he ain't lock up nobody for that yet. Miss me with that beard. Correct is right. What's that? Highly said Minister of Security using taxpayer money to ride around in police car backseat in America to learn tactics to deal with crime. That is a big pile of garbage. Hey, I need to send the man. They send the man to some part here in America in order for him to figure out what was going on here. What was going on there as far as security is concerned, all right? I'm just looking to see. Albert Montano says most old age pensioners depend on that money to pay everything. Yeah, and Albert, I'm not disputing that, That is absolutely true. That's absolutely true. Eiley says this is easy to solve. I demand lie detector tests for all politicians. Eiley, I agree with that. All of them should take lie detector tests. Because today I heard that, I don't know if you guys hear this, but I hear the Dr. KCL said he was sipping a beer, right? And the beer was floating, and he had to put his mouth to the beer and suck up the froth, so to speak, right? And I remember a few weeks ago, the man said he didn't drink alcohol. So I mean, maybe that was a non-alcoholic beer. And I'm sure Carib does make some of them. Yeah. So I'm just Albert Montana said we are justifying all the wrong happening in Trinidad and Tobago, so don't expect a better country anytime soon. Yeah, I do that. I agree. We justifying almost everything.
Oh Lord.
But I think. Let me see what Fishstick say. He says Fishstick saying it's nothing complicated about knowing what check was missing. So Donald Cox to delay it so long is starving the people. As soon as people get their checks next, they will cash it. People can't wait. You see, listen, I am not saying all of that. We have Khadijah in the background, so we're gonna bring her in. Okay. And Sam, Washington is the worst for crime. Hines went to learn more crime to practice on Trinidad. I really good. Oh God. Let me bring in Khadijah. She fixing the camera. Mr. Ameen, are you ready? Mrs. Ameen. I think she frozen, you know. Yeah, she frozen. Let me see. You see? She get frozen on her son. Gary, she hear your voice and she get frozen.
They're having problems with the internet in Trinidad and Tobago. I understand it is alleged because of the pending job cuts at TSTT. So a lot of people, they're not fixing the issues, the internet issues. I understand. This is what I heard. Lots of people are.
So, yeah.
Good luck.
Very few people comment on that, boy. So, Rajvi, how are you going, boy? Yeah, I listen, man. I hear that that virtual meeting today. And to me, that virtual meeting was a waste of time, a waste of precious time, right? Because you go down to that meeting and not once you mention anything about the beatum.
And he said he going on with the raging, buffing bull self again. I was waiting for it. I said, yep, here it comes, boof, boof, boof. And he has his what you call it? His petrified supporters there giving him, the wanton claps. I'm looking at it. Yeah.
But then even more, right? You go on a platform and mention McKissick and McKissick, right? It's a black-owned company here in New York, New Jersey, right? And you talk about how they come from slavery and they're fifth generation, and they are now here and they are doing big business and they're getting $1 billion business. So to me, I thought you would take a picture out of that page and try to do the same thing for companies in Trinidad and Tobago, because you're talking about that, right? So when you go up there and you're talking, if you ask 10 people on the street, McKissick and McKissick, them don't know what that is. Them don't know. I so happen to know the company here in America, and I know that, right? I know what the government of New York and New Jersey have done for that company with respect to empowering them. It's a black woman who's the CEO, president and CEO. So I know what they have done, right? And them here know what they have done. It wasn't political to empower them, but they know they had to empower businesses like hers, and that's what they did. But he come up on a platform big and talk about McKissick this and McKissick that, right? And you come to fool people to tell you people McKissick and McKissick. Boy, miss me with that, eh? Miss me with that.
What it is, nobody talked. He didn't even talk about Beetham. He didn't go into Beetham. I'm like, wait a minute, Beetham is in Barbados? Wow, these people don't.
In Mars somewhere. It's in Mars. Hello, Mr. Ameen, Mrs. Khadijah Ameen. How are you doing this beautiful, fantabulous, splendid Thursday?
She's muted.
I think she's muted. Are you hearing us?
Yes, I am hearing you. The volume is a bit low, but I am hearing you.
Okay. Let me see if my volume.
Yeah, he and them bootleg mics he buy from China. How are you doing, MP? I mean, the only woman in Trinidad that is better looking than me.
How are you doing?
The volume is very low, so I'm going to get a earpiece so that I can hear you better. If you could give me a few minutes.
All right. So we take you out for now. Cool, no problem. Yeah. So Ulrich. What Ulrich say there? Ulrich, where you been, boy?
Ulrich went getting Dalmatians for sale.
Yeah. I'll tell all the truth. It's the first time I listened to one of them virtual meetings, and I say, boy, if he wasn't streaming that and I was just listening to that, I would have turned that off long time. Seriously. That man ain't talking nothing about the beaten, boy. You come to that school in the heart of Laventille to have a virtual meeting, boy, and a stone throw across the place is the beaten when people smelling sewer water. And you take a minute and talk to them, boy?
Nope.
Eh?
Nope. They are not citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. They are Bajans, they are Guyanese, they are Grenadians, they are Venezuelans. They're not.
And then you come to fool the people to tell them about McKissick and McKissick, right? You see, the lucky there are people like me. When he talk, I could break it down for the people and them in Trinidad and Tobago. You understand? I could McKissick and McKissick. Only look it up here. As a matter of fact, look, I have it right up here. McKissick and McKissick, right? And
But Anselm, not for nothing though. Who in Laventille wants to hear about McKissick and McKissick? The people in Laventille want to hear about job opportunity. They want to hear about
that.
They want to hear. They want to hear about, how the children book list getting full. They want to hear about, are they going to get a bigger place? You can understand some of the places small. They want to hear about, these are things they want. Economic opportunity. They want to hear about the building on Duncan Street when they go fix it. They don't want to hear about McKissick and all this, and talk about Petrichin and buffing and yelling. I mean, oh boy, I tell you, boy, I give up.
Don't you think it's true the investigation AG at the time of the whistleblower legislation is being introduced? Funny. Everyone should know nothing is going to come out of it. Nothing will come out of them thing intrusive. You understand? Yeah, but I was saddened. And listener, go ahead, Anna.
And then you're talking about another girl get thrown over this cliff. What is Faris Al-Wari doing to protect the women? What is MP Hines doing to protect? I tell the women, and Anselm don't bear no responsibility for what I about to say. All you put box cutters in all your bosom and walk with it. If the men and them walking up and snatching all and carrying all and throwing all over precipices.
What box cutter going to do with men heavily?
I mean, what box cutter? Hello, Gary. Let me finish now. Unless they're sticking them in hypodermic needles and drugging them. But if somebody come and grab me and I don't know you, I could take my box cutter out of my bosom and slice in your neck or something. I'm not playing with you. And you want to throw me over I know I can possibly end up over the cliff of Arepo. I ain't asking no question. Let Faris and let Minister Hines and them figure out why your hand was on me, dragging, snatching me. That is what I go in the court and tell the judge, he snatched me. I ain't know who he is, and I caught him. In this climate, what pepper spray gonna do? What's pepper spray? I title all the pepper spray out. You see the women getting killed day after day after day. Huh? I come down there, I walk with box cutter. Somebody walk up on me and snatch me, no? I am going to out your light. I'm not playing with you. Yeah, but I just walk and I just case where I going. I have a driver that I assign myself to. I don't go nowhere I ain't supposed to. And I watch everything that goes on around me. But you've men on this scared, ending up over cliffs and all that. I'm tired here. My young, beautiful Trinbago women ending up dying for what? For what? What? And another thing, who raising these persons that just taking the lives just of these young women? I mean, you want to rob somebody? Okay, you're not supposed to. Well, take the money and the person go now. Leave the people, girl, child alone. Leave the people, girl, child alone.
So let's add Mrs. Ameen back to this. Can you hear?
Yes, I am here and I'm with you guys and I'm hearing Diana talking.
Yeah, like I said, the only woman in Trinidad that is better looking than me.
I'm really I'm pleased but also saddened to join you tonight, having come from a candlelight vigil hosted by the UNC Women's in memory of Khadijah Kojo and stand in solidarity with her family, but also because 1 year has passed since Andrea Barrack. 1 year has passed since so many promises for better street lights, for CCTV cameras, for pepper spray legislation that is still to become a reality. And, families are asking, who is next? So it is something that is sad because you might feel the need to arm yourself with a box cutter or a knife, and you can be charged for possession
Okay.
of weapons.
Well, I'll take the charge.
Khadijah, how you doing, sister? Welcome. Thank you for taking the time. At this stage in the game where criminals are heavily armed and have unlimited access to weapons, why we need to fight in the parliament for citizens to have the right to at least carry a handgun to defend themselves. This thing has gone too far. We are outgunned. We're in a bad situation here.
Well, the thing is, sadly, that many of the criminals carry unlicensed guns. The issue of licensed firearm is a bit controversial now because there's an investigation on who is being accused of, giving out firearms and who was received. But, the thing is, if we have safer public transport, our women will be safer. If we have better street lighting, people could see what's going on. If we have CCTV cameras, we could easily track criminals, and criminals will be deterred knowing that an area is monitored. Even at present, a lot of the cameras in Trinidad that has been up and they are not working. And 1 year ago, when the whole issue of Andrea Barrath and Ashanti Riley came up, it was the Rudal Munilal was the one who mentioned in Parliament that a large percentage of the CCTV cameras were not working. Stuart Young was the Minister of National Security at the time, and nothing has changed. Fitzgerald Hines is now the minister. He is busy studying to attack Kamala and attack UNC and doing nothing to protect our women, nothing to improve national security and make our women and girls safer. So just as Khadijah Kojo, who, by the way, is a young mother, her child will grow up without a mother. Her child is orphaned. We had so many women who died in the last year with all this activism taking place. And the Attorney General, instead of ensuring that there are laws to protect women and that pepper spray legislation becomes a reality, is busy attacking the UNC and accusing us of spreading COVID. Listen, when we have candlelight vigil, we have social distance and so on, but we are protecting ourselves from COVID, but we may be snatched when we're going down the road after the vigil. We may be murdered and slaughtered in this country. And the Attorney General and the Prime Minister and all the ministers who have that responsibility, they are just so glib about it. I mean, the Prime Minister say, choose your men wisely. These women didn't have a choice. They didn't choose this. So we have, to me, our leaders, to begin with, have demonstrated their incompetence. This is no longer a time where we are appealing for streetlights and appealing for better security. This is a point where we have recognized that they cannot do their job, that they are incompetent, and they need to go. If the Minister of Public Utilities can't put in a few street lights in Heights of Aripo, a small village where a number of skeletal remains have been found, where the bodies of Andrea Barrath and most recently Khadijah Kojo were found, then, I mean, what are you doing? Resign and go home. You clearly cannot do your job and protect our women.
Madam MP, so on the heels of what you just said, you don't think it is right then that they should arm women with legally with handguns then? Because it seems to be they're the targets. You're coming home from your work, you're going to school, you're going about your business, and they want to target you. So if they know that that you could be packing, don't try nothing with me. I think you should arm the women because it's out of control. So because I know you don't condone the box cutter. I personally, if I had a girl child, best believe MP, she would have a box cutter on she. You understand me? But
I hear you. An eye for an eye will make the whole world blind.
They need to be blind. They won't be able to see you.
There are too many illegal firearms in this country. So even if every woman is armed and trained to use a firearm in case of an attack, there are so many illegal, high-powered guns in this country that the authorities have a duty to get under control. So even when there is something taking place, people are afraid to come out because they know of the prevalence of weapons and they're just afraid for their lives. So arming every woman with a gun is, I mean, it is one thing, but the truth is that pepper spray is a non-lethal method that we felt would be a deterrent. And many people in this country will join the call of the leader of opposition when she asked for pepper spray to be legalized in Trinidad. But there are other non-lethal methods that would give you that advantage. But you know, I am saying, as a woman and as a mother and as a sister who has been hearing and feeling the cry and the hurt, why the pepper spray is a plaster for a sore, and this festering sore is the violence and the inability of the government to get crime under control. Andrea Barrett's family came to the vigil tonight. Her grandmother was in tears. Her cousins and aunts and so on who were present were in tears, and the hurt that they feel cannot be removed. And justice is so slow for many of these. I have a list of the women, you know. I have a list of more than 100 women who died within the past year. And the pain of those families is made even worse by the slow pace of justice, that sense of injustice, that these killers will not face the hangman, that these killers will not face the court in a timely manner, and by the dismissive attitude of those in authority. Who is answering? And I mean, when you come out and you have a candlelight vigil and a prayer vigil, they are attacking you. They are attacking people and accusing them of being UNC because they attend a march, you know, and making it political. Where are the CCTV cameras? Where are the street lights? Where are the police posts? Where is the action to get the criminals and the guns off the street? Let us talk about that. And stop trying to be political and study who is UNC and who is whichever other political party and these things. I mean, it's absolute nonsense. The Prime Minister yesterday in Parliament, when we were talking about the whistleblower legislation, he came to tell the Parliament that in 2015, when he was running for the election, there was a death threat against him. And he had to move around in an armored vehicle, and how uncomfortable it was for him to be in a bulletproof vest. Really, Mr. Prime Minister, I would have expected that this experience would have brought out some kind of compassion in you. You know what it is to live under threat? Do you know what it is to step out of your door every morning with the possibility that you may be snatched, that you may be murdered brutally, that you may not return to your family? If you have any kind of compassion and your story is right, then where is your compassion for these women who face a death threat every single day of their lives? So, Prime Minister, that is just talk, because I have seen no action. And since 2015, you experienced a death threat. You had a bulletproof vehicle to get. The women who have lost their lives didn't have the option of bulletproof vehicle or security or bulletproof vest. And where is your compassion to ensure that you, as head of the National Security Council, do something to protect these women? So don't give me this story. To me, this is just a story that you are giving to create some kind of media hype for yourself. Nobody is feeling sorry for you, Mr. Prime Minister. The hundreds of women who are losing their lives, the hundreds of families who are suffering, let me hear your compassion for them, and then talk about what it is like to live under threat of death.
So there is a question from the chat, Mrs. Ameen. It says, has the police been at Aripo looking for other bodies since we still have missing women?
After Andrea Barrett's body was found, they did continue a search in that area, and we know from what was on the media that they did find remains of other persons. We don't know how many bodies would have been dumped in that area. And if you know Aripo, it is a very, very, very rural area. There's one road in. It's a small village, and it's a beautiful place, but it's also very lonely. It's forested. It's a forested areas, so that you have long stretches of winding road without lights, without street lights, and nobody may live close by there. But even where people live close by, if any suspicious activity is taking place, they would be afraid to come out and confront someone. So let's say, God forbid, somebody comes to dump a body. Nobody from that village could come out because they are afraid of the guns and they are afraid of the criminality. And these people are not just snatching women to grab their purse. These are sick individuals who are perpetrating violence, rape, and torture and murder against women. And that seems to be their motive, because if it was robbery, as Diana said, take my purse and go. But that is not the instance of what we are seeing. We are seeing a kind of sick violence that has to be addressed. And that kind of, you cannot expect a normal citizen to confront a sick individual like that. And many times, when you have a situation like that, the question also is, does the public feel safe going to the police? Do they feel confident that they will get a rapid response? All of these are factors that we have to take in when we ask the public to be responsible and to stand with our women. So in these instances where you see bodies being dumped in places like Heights of Aripo and other areas, you must have CCTV cameras to capture any vehicles that come there and their activities. But the CCTV cameras never came to Heights of Aripo, and there are other high-risk areas as well that have been calling for CCTV cameras, and we have had none to date. And then the question is the monitoring of those cameras and the upkeep. That is something there's a serious national security issue. And then you have, the guns coming into Trinidad. I am not aware that Trinidad has any gun factories. So the guns are coming from outside of this country. And again, now the national security, the security of our borders, and the high-powered guns that are coming in, that are in the hands of the criminals. So even if you get a license to carry a handgun, you may be outpowered by the criminals. And that is the stark reality of what we face in this country at this time.
So, Mrs. Ameen, wait, one minute, Diana. Mrs. Ameen, we got to go for a quick station identification. So stay with us for a few seconds. We're going to go for a quick station identification. Folks, it's in the village with the DAG Triplets and WZYE 95.9 FM. Of course, we come to you every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. And we have with us in the village tonight no other than MP Khadijah Ameen, and she's been with us before. So stick and stay, don't go nowhere. We'll be right
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio, WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM, and we have with us in the village tonight no other than Miss Khadijah Ameen, who has been joining us. Miss Ameen, welcome back. Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, I have a question for you, MP. Why can't the ministry, under whose portfolio the safety of the population falls under, why doesn't somebody look into perhaps engaging with the various security firms to patrol the area, give them a contract to patrol the area, or the police station that is in the close environs to have them patrol the area, and document it. Don't just say, oh yeah, we went, document it. Have a sergeant or somebody in charge patrol the area. They put street lights and stuff, and let there be a presence, so it will deter them from dumping bodies. Why did this happen so soon on the heels of Andrea Barrett?
Well, as a member of parliament within St. Augustine constituency, there are a number of neighborhood watch groups, and we utilize WhatsApp, and we do have police officers in the groups. So that, and in fact, we do have small training sessions as well in terms of how to effectively raise an alarm. And we have been getting cooperation from the police. So the police are doing what they can with the resources that they have. So that if an incident takes place within our community, the police is immediately aware and they can either dispatch someone or inform the patrol that is in the area to respond. And to me, that has been a deterrent. But that happens on the initiative of the residents or the representatives. In many cases, there are police officers who are willing. Their resources may be limited. And there are volunteers. You are right. There are volunteers because there are people who have CCTV cameras on their premises that could often pick up things on the street, and they make footage available to the police and so on. But to me, what is missing in the national security apparatus is the political will. You must have the political will to make a difference. You must ask yourself, as Minister of National Security, these people have been marching up and down for a year with candlelight vigils and praying for women who have lost their lives and standing with families. And you ask yourself a question in terms of evaluating what you have done and what you can do to make a difference. Because people are speaking out. People are asking, women's groups are asking for safer public transport, for regulation of private transport. And it is because of poor public transport that women are forced to use PH cars. And there are many responsible PH car operators amongst us, but there are the sick people who pretend to be PH drivers and prey on young women. So where is the regulatory framework for these good PH drivers to operate in? Many of the rural areas, they have discontinued the public transport service to these areas. So you are forced now to take taxi or PH cars. There are many places in this country where you cannot get you cannot get public transport, and you also cannot get taxis. So they rely solely on private PH cars.
I would like to suggest
safe public transport is one that women and women organizations in this country have been sending recommendations to Parliament. There's no shortage of ideas. So in case Fitzgerald Hines is short of ideas, the public and the people who are directly affected and the stakeholders are coming forward with suggestions to you. And it is simple that some of these are very low-hanging fruit, very simple to implement, but again, the lack of political will. You spending all your time bashing the UNC. Call in a women's group and ask them for some recommendations. Let them send you the same things that they send to the opposition for safer public transport, for better street lighting, for networking of the national security CCTV cameras and private CCTV cameras. You have big organizations such as the University of the West Indies that have large areas covered by camera footage that they will share with national security apparatus. Where is the political will? And to me, that is what is lacking and is causing us to feel the hurt.
So there has to be a combination of things to be done. One of the things I would recommend, I'm sure that some UE student can come up with it, is the same technology we were using with the Uber. That something can be utilized where the PH drivers can be utilizing in order to be authorized. In order to have the permission to use the vehicle as a private hire, they must utilize that kind of a tracking system. And you would know who the customer they picked up, where they were dropped off, and a driver identified, passenger identified, and all this stuff will be done. That's something we could work on. But in fact, all the other things comes in.
The suggestion, I don't know if you're aware, but there have been groups calling on the Minister of Works and Transport to consider these options. And he, at the time, he rejected it outright, but I think it may be time for him to reconsider, because we did have businesses and entrepreneurs making the proposal. Uber is not legal in Trinidad, so that even if you have willing, law-abiding citizens, it is not legal. So
no, what I'm saying, we could come up with that sort of a technology for ourselves. I'm sure that we have bright enough people can work with us on that, or maybe we get somebody from outside to work with us with that, to work with the Ministry of Transport on that technology, and that is something we can help.
Sorry,
But the
you
other
didn't hear
things,
what I said. The minister rejected it. The
yes,
stakeholders proposed it to him, and you will have to bring legislation for that registration of vehicles and so on. You must bring a legal framework, otherwise it would be illegal. And to me, that is something very simple that the minister could partner with the private sector and bring the necessary legislation to allow them to use the technology that would track who is going where and in what vehicle,
right.
who is driving what vehicle. If a vehicle has negative reviews, you would avoid using that vehicle. That is a very simple thing, and perhaps this is the time to call on the Minister of Works and Transport, Rohan Sinanan, to reconsider the proposals made by stakeholders for the regularization of private PH cars as well as the use of Uber in Trinidad.
Right. Now, I understand what you said, but what do we have people who are skilled to produce that kind of technology programming to us to utilize, or do we have to import somebody at this
I
point?
think we have the intellectual capacity here in Trinidad.
I would assume so, but I just wanted to know for sure if
The
you
technology is available, but the minister is not listening, and
not
we don't have
listening.
to reinvent the wheel because these systems exist all over the world. So to me, what I see the missing link here is the political will. So if the minister would consider, because I mean the technology is there, so I do agree with you.
Well, what I see is a lack of, there's a lack of collaboration between one ministry and the other ministry. Some issues, a lot of issues, you do need a combination of the various ministries to work together in collaboration to bring some kind of a resolution.
Yes.
And in some aspect, you need the Minister of Utilities, Transport, and then you need different ministries to get involved. National Security, of course, definitely has to play a major role. But I think the best person to call the shots here would be the Prime Minister, to bring everybody who is fully authorized to bring everybody together and say, well, let's get some solution where, and he's the one. The Minister of Transport can authorize or order the Minister of Utilities to come into a meeting. The Prime Minister would have to be the one to really, orchestrate that.
Yes,
So
but certainly there can be collaboration between ministries. A ministry can initiate
a conversation,
and the cabinet has a responsibility. The government has a responsibility. So you are right. The prime minister has to spend a little less time playing golf and a little more time attending to the needs of the citizens of this country. Some time ago, in response to an increase in domestic violence and the death of a woman from domestic violence, the Prime Minister advised women in this country to choose their men wisely. Had the people of Trinidad and Tobago chosen their men wisely, we would not have had him for our Prime Minister. And the time will come when we will have to make that choice again. And the sheer incompetence and the failure and the deaths around us, it doesn't seem, they have no shame. They just continue to go by, and they are so disconnected from the reality. Because the truth is, if you have the political will, as a cabinet, you can decide to have an interministerial committee and ensure that the legislation that addresses several issues that would protect women, that the legislation does in fact come. And we have not been seeing that. But even where one minister can take the steps, such as the regularizing of Uber and PH cars, that falls under the Ministry of Transport. And the minister, when asked by the media, said that the ministry is not willing to consider it. So he has rejected the idea. And as I said, some time has passed, and I trust that he may reconsider for the safety of our citizens.
So,
go ahead.
So, Miss Ameen, there's a few questions in the chat, right? Let me get one here. Question, Miss Ameen from Fishstick. Do you think there is a cult going on in a repo? Because we're realizing it's mostly teenage girls being dropped in a specific spot.
Well, from what it appears and from our media reports and so on, it appears that because a repo is such a secluded place and there are so many stretches of lonely roadway surrounded by forest on both sides, it's very dark. It's easy for these murderers to dispose of the bodies, so that wherever the incident may have taken place, wherever this young lady may have been snatched and killed, in some cases they have been raped and tortured. Arepo has now developed a reputation as a place that is not secure, that is dark, and that you would not be caught, because we had, bodies coming up days after they were dumped. And in that Heights of Arepo area, you have a lot of illegal dumping of appliances and other rubbish taking place. So, these people continue to do it because they are not being caught. So it is a forested area, and it is a precipice along one side of the road. So if anything, an old fridge, an old mattress, a human being is thrown over that cliff, you really cannot see it from the roadway. You cannot see what is down the hill between the forest. And, that to me, that lends itself for these unscrupulous characters to go and dispose of our sisters, our girls and women. So I don't know if there is any cult, but certainly if we have CCTV cameras and proper lighting in that area, it would help to deter people, cult or not, from going and dumping bodies.
Here's another question.
At least you will catch up with them, if the area was under surveillance.
Yes.
Madam MP, I have a question for you.
Diana, 1 minute. Let me get these things out of the chat. Khadijah, Mrs. Ameen, did the President, Paula May Weeks, make a statement as a woman president? I guess make a statement.
I haven't heard any statements from the President.
Okay, so another question. Mrs. Ameen, who watches the cameras in Knowsley building?
Knowsley building falls under the office of the President for the other listeners and viewers.
Okay. I see you rock back a little bit when you get a question. All right, one other question here. Another person asks, Mrs. Ameen, Stuart Young has been moving around everywhere he goes with police protection. Is that unlawful since he's not the Minister of National Security?
Actually, when Kamala Persad-Bissessar became Prime Minister, she made provisions for instance, the leader of opposition to have a security detail. And there have been requests by various ministers over the years through different political administrations to have security to members of the cabinet who believe they are under threat or who are advised by national security that they may be under threat. And that would include officers of special branch being assigned to them. It doesn't obtain for members of the opposition except the leader of opposition. But I don't know what these people's personal situation is, why they would be under threat. But the truth is, if you are offering yourself to serve, you also have to ensure that you keep in touch with people. So according to your situation, I want everyone to be safe. I would not like any person who is in public office to be victim of any sort of violence or death or harm in any way as we serve. But I know too that that type of security could be intimidating for members of the public, members who would want to approach a representative, and particularly our elected representatives. So it is something that I think all public officials have to carefully weigh in terms of keeping themselves safe. I fully endorse keeping yourself safe, but I also question the use of state resources and the distance it puts between the public official and the members of the public.
Gary, go ahead. Gary? Go ahead, Diana.
Okay, Madam MP, the World Crime Index has Trinidad and Tobago, I think we sixth, behind countries like Afghanistan, Honduras, Venezuela. Now, we're trying to capture the Carnival Forex, right? How do you think, no, I'm a Trinbagonian, so I know how to operate when I go into both countries. A stranger, a person who's never been to Trinidad and Tobago, and you want to come and say, okay, let me go and enjoy Carnival, and they pull the statistics. How does Trinidad and Tobago expect to capture this individual or individuals and build on the Forex with, sitting in the crime index so high up? How are we going to fix that?
Based on the crime index and based on the activities, the criminal activity in the country, some countries have actually issued warnings, and they would warn their citizens when they are traveling to Trinidad and Tobago to keep in touch with the embassy and warn them not to go into certain at-risk areas and so on. And these are foreign jurisdictions that have this information. And here in Trinidad and Tobago, getting crime under control is important for tourism. It is important for investment. It is also important for the citizens who live here. So if we have to think about economic development and economic recovery, especially coming out of the COVID pandemic and the economic repercussions it has had, certainly getting crime under control should be very important in terms of attracting investors, attracting tourists, attracting people who will spend foreign exchange here. So tourists do spend money in Trinidad, but foreign investors are also seriously deterred. And I don't think the government has addressed that in a meaningful way.
Oh, let's say your party was in power. What ways would you, without giving out your plans, what ways do you think they can address and fix the issue? So, the country would be better and we want to come home and we want, we're safe.
Well, we have not seen national policy as a secret. What we have been sharing is the UNC's plan. UNC has a national economic transformation plan, and we have also been making recommendations to the government. So, for instance, we had identified 10 low-hanging fruit, and the leader of opposition requested a meeting with the Prime Minister, and she did meet with him. But nothing much came out of that. He attended the meeting and chit-chat and so on. But the recommendations are on the record, and we continue to put forward recommendations. So, for instance, the CCTV cameras being, the existing infrastructure being maintained, that they are properly networked, and that, many of those cameras are not working. They are not being serviced. And that is one issue. The issue of border protection to prevent illegal guns and drugs from coming into the country, as well as human trafficking, because those three tend to go together. So securing the borders is very important. The issue of the prison, conditions in the prison being in line with human rights requirements is one, but ensuring how do we reduce death calls being made from inside the prison. Prisoners have access to cell phones and internet, just like the man on the street. And we have seen many prison officers being gunned down, and the media would tell us that it's a hit from inside the prison. So the prison as well, but also the speed of justice has to be more, you feel a sense of injustice when justice is slow. And the fact is that many cases, particularly murder and robbery and so on, the victims and witnesses lose interest because of the slow pace of the courts. So the efficiency of the court, and very often the efficiency of the court depends on the efficiency of the police prosecution. So if the police, for some reason, they are delaying the case, the cases take longer. So we recognize that these are some of the low-hanging what we call low-hanging fruit that we could deal with. And some others also include safe public transport throughout the country, even in rural areas, to ensure that people have safe access to and from their homes. And of course, street light and infrastructure also comes along with that, because many of the areas that are where you see the prevalence of crime, where you see bodies being dumped, like in High Repo, they are poorly lit, and the safety there is an issue. And the cost of these things, I mean, the government has to weigh, because there was also a pilot under our administration for solar street lighting, that the pilot was done and the government could run with it, but because it's a UNC idea, they decided to shelve it. So those are some of the things that were proposed. There's an entire list, and maybe we should start to mention some of these things to the public again. But the Prime Minister was approached by the Leader of Opposition, who shared this list of low-hanging fruit, things they can do without even bringing legislation. It really takes political will, and that is what I see lacking from this government.
So, MP Ameen, what is your party's position on the $15 million cow pens in the savannah for Taste of Carnival 2022?
Listen,
15 million, I should say. 15 million.
People in this country are upset. I can tell you, I've been talking to people in the fraternity, in the carnival fraternity, stakeholders. Carnival is not a 2-day affair in this country. Carnival starts from August and September. You have artists, calypsonians, soca artists producing their music and starting to do performances. You have events. The fetes is a big part of the economy of carnival. You don't build a costume in a week. Costume building starts months in advance. And if you are being told in February that we will have a taste of carnival in February, it is not economic to go and build a costume. You are putting yourself at risk, but how many people are going to benefit in terms of livelihood and the economy? When you have these shows in the savannah or wherever, you have these shows where people are 9 people to a little box. You also have the question of access to vendors. Vending is a huge part of the informal economy around carnival. And if you are saying we are having carnival so that people could have a livelihood, these people who work security, the people who construct stages, the people who do vending, who sell corn soup, doubles, snow cone, all these things around events, all of this comes into play. Are they going to benefit from this taste of carnival that you are going to spend millions on? And, you know, because of social media, many people are talking out, but even on the media, in the radio stations and so on, people are making suggestions about how this 30 million or 15 million or 50 million could be spent. And people are asking, why not buy more laptops so that our children who are at home and cannot access classes would not have to jeopardize themselves and their teachers with COVID by going back to school? Why not spend it on getting food to households? There are many households where people have lost, they don't have that income anymore. They have cut the food cards, they have cut the food support from NAMDEVCO, the market hampers from NAMDEVCO, and they have reduced people's income by firing people and so on. Why not invest some of that there? There are children who used to get school lunches on the school feeding program, and they don't have those meals provided to them. There was, before election, and I realized after it was an election ploy, they give them a food card, they give the mothers a food card, the parents, and it was a one-off thing. After election, they stopped it. So all of these things people are suggesting, why not do that with the money? But what I gather from the stakeholders, the people in the carnival industry, is that it does not make sense a couple of weeks before the 2 days of carnival to announce this thing. Band leaders would not have the time to produce. Many artists would not have the time to produce. many of the shows that take place will not happen because of the short time and planning. You don't plan a fete in 2 weeks. You know, there's not a fete match. So there's not you going on the golf course with you and your partner. So the government to me is very detached from the reality of what the stakeholders face. And sadly, the small man is going to face it, because the people who, as I say, who work security, they look forward to that hustle for the carnival and so on. They are not going to benefit. Our vendors are not going to benefit, you know. So to me, this is a pappy show that the government has come up with just to say they're doing something.
Now, here is another question, right? The contractor who is going to build the cow pens, right? I'm trying to understand that. How did that contractor know that they were going to be building cow pens, that they could so quickly be able to have all the materials to build such vast amount of cow pens in such a short space of time? And to me, for my years of working on Wall Street, this appeared to be insider trading to me, that somebody told someone, a contractor, something, and that one contractor was able to use that information to get all the available material and then be able to get that contract so quick in order to build those cow pens. What do you say?
Well, you and I and the opposition leader, we are asking the same question. Where is this money coming from, and who is it going to? Who is going to benefit? Who is going to get the contracts to do these things that the ministry says they're going to do for Carnival? And they have to answer. This is taxpayers' dollars all they're spending. So you and I are asking the same question, and many people in Trinidad and Tobago. Who is getting these contracts? What is your criteria for selecting these people? Is it friends, family, and financiers of the PNM once again?
Are these questions going to be asked in Parliament, or they cannot be asked in Parliament?
Well, these questions can be asked in different spaces, and we do have, the opposition does have a opposition press conference every Sunday, where we raise these issues, but we also raise these issues on our virtual political meeting every Monday night. And so very often when the leader of opposition speaks, sometimes she has to threaten legal action to get answers. Reports that are supposed to be laid in Parliament, and the actions of public officials such as the Attorney General, illegal actions. And she has to ask the question in the public domain and sometimes threaten legal action. And in fact, that is how we get a lot of answers. That is how we knew about fake oil. That is how we knew about the Attorney General and this $1 million Porsche that Roger Kewal Singh has been driving while a member of the so-called Independent Police Service Commission. That is how we knew about many of the misconduct of our public officials. So we will continue to speak out and raise the questions in the Parliament as well as in the public domain.
Now, Mrs. Ameen, I was a little disturbed by this article on February the 2nd, 2022 by in a UNC website. And it said that, let me get it for you. It said that this is the headline, right? And I find it was misleading. Donna Cox tells elderly disabled staff for 2 months. And I was looking for where Donna Cox told the people of the media to staff for 2 months. Now, when I read the headline, I was like, wow, that is unbelievable that the Minister of Social Development can make such a statement. But she never really made that statement. Why was that headline put out? Was that put out to mislead people, right? Or we know what Donna Cox said for the 2 months, but I felt that headline was somewhat very misleading. What do you say?
It was not sugar-coated. I think what happens is that the minister would make the announcements and they would phrase things very nicely. So, for instance, perhaps at the end of December, we heard that the ministry was going to audit something or the other, and that all food cards were suspended for 2 months while they do their investigation. They did not give any warning. They did not put any alternative in place for vulnerable families. So essentially, when they did announce there's going to be an audit, and they say it in very nice language and very nice phrasing. Essentially, what they are telling the population who depend on these food cards is that you have no food, you will not be given any alternative to get food, and you will have to starve for 2 months. And we have to stop sugarcoating things in this country. So the minister, of course, have their prerogative to come and state things very nicely and try to get us to swallow it. But at the end of the day, we will call a spade a spade. So the actions of the ministry to suspend food cards without warning, without putting any kind of alternative food support in place, it was really telling people to starve for 2 months while we ordered this thing.
And Mrs. Ameen, she didn't really tell. She didn't tell. She did it because it says Donna Cox tells elderly disabled starve for 2. She didn't tell them starve for 2 months. She told them that you're not going to get 2 months, right, of your stipend that you're going to get, right? So even though they know they're going to get it, what if that person has a security blanket where they could get money for 2 months, until they can make up that 2 months? So to me, all I'm saying is that as an outsider looking in, I actually was saying to myself, man, that was very harsh of her. But she really didn't say that. She didn't say that. And I think that...
actions speak louder than words. So we could have the lovely sugar-coated words, but what are the actions? And I can tell you, as a member of parliament, there are many vulnerable people within our constituency who we try to reach with food support, who depend on food cards. And a food card being suspended, and you being told that your food card is suspended without warning, your actions tell the population who depend on the food cards to starve for the next 2 months. So your actions speak louder than words. So it may not have been her words, but certainly her action would have put people in a serious predicament.
Ansem, you are assuming that somebody should have some kind of reserve in this time and age after 2 years.
No, Gary.
You're not working.
No, Gary. I'm not.
You
Gary,
can't say that somebody would have some reserve. And this time, most people don't. People who are giving people things are now in need.
No, but Gary, all I'm saying is this. I'm not saying...
She did not literally say that in a verbal communication, but basically indirectly, she said it in a way by canceling that is what I guess what they're trying to say there.
Yeah, actions speak louder than words, man.
Yeah, listen, I'm not... All I'm saying that I read it and I felt... I was looking in a paragraph the way they were going to quote Miss Donna Cox to say that she said starve. That's what I was looking for. And I didn't see it. And the only thing I see is a regurgitation of what they wanted to put out to the people. And I find that was somewhat misleading. But I hear you. But I just find it was misleading. But it's fine. So Ms. Ameen, here is another question for you. I mean, it's okay for us to disagree, right, Mrs. Ameen? You can smile, that's okay.
Yeah, I remember in a previous show you declared your political allegiance to me. So I take it with a whole bowl of salt, not a pinch of salt. But you and many other
but Ms. Ameen
will try to defend and feel, and the thing about it is sometimes ministers make themselves sound like victims, and sometimes PNM supporters tell us that why are we attacking the ministers? It is our job to keep the government accountable. And many of the things that we speak about is only exposed in the public domain because the opposition speaks on it. And we have to call a spade a spade. So the government has their radio station and TTT TV station that to carry their propaganda and carry their news in a nice sugar-coated way. But the actions of the minister led people to be without food for 2 months. That is...
There you go. No, I listen, I agree with that. But then another thing I wanted to say though, how come if I am so pro the PNM, why am I talking about the cow pens in the savannah? I wouldn't even address that question with you.
The amount of nonsense PNM doing right now, even diehard PNM supporters fed up. So join the club, brother. Join the club.
All right, yeah, but if you're, but you see, that's the good thing about when you come into the village, right? We don't just, I don't pong you with anti-UNC questions and just, pro PNM questions. I want to be able for us to have a sort of a balanced discussion. You know what I'm saying?
I think we are having a balanced discussion.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's why we bring all people. We have all and sundries to come into the village for us to have a balanced discussion. I could ask you about the cow pens in the savannah, and me no qualms about asking you about that because I feel that the government is wasting $15 million to spend on cow pens in the savannah, and in this Gova season that we're in here. That 15 million could go to better use.
Well, not only that, there has to be some consideration towards our people. We, like I said, we're in 2 years into a pandemic. A lot of people is out of work, has been out of work. There's no great source of income, so it has to be considered in the decision.
Madam MP, I noticed, I don't know if you can answer it, but Gary shares things with me often, and I go in and I comment. And I noticed that my comments have a little flag next to them on the UNC platform. And I would like you to look into that for me, please. Why?
Yeah, when you comment regularly, you get it. You are regular. If you comment regularly, you become a top user and so on. That is something that Facebook does, not the administrators. But you can get a badge for being a person who is regularly interacts with the page and so on. So I myself would have a little icon show up next to my name when I comment. And
I get a flag.
But Khadijah, Mr. Ameen, I think what that is,
because you interact with the page regularly, it's not something bad.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to know.
You sure about that, Mr. Ameen? Because I think what that flag is to do is to tell
next to my name as well.
Oh, there's a flag next to your name too?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Regularly, yes.
All right. Because I wondered it was a little, underground thing with
the
flag.
administrator may have flagged her?
Yeah, I thought.
Yeah.
I said the PNM don't like me, and UNC, they call me a UNC dog, and UNC flagged me. Well, I had to stick to Barbados, so hey.
Well, Mrs. Ameen, don't feel bad, I've been called a UNC too, So don't feel bad, I've been called me a UNC too, So
everybody know Dave Tanko is your best friend, so don't hide it.
Anytime you say something that is against the PNM, that is one of the attacks I realize that they do. Even people who are not involved in politics at all, they accuse you of being a UNC as if it's a bad thing. But once you say something that they don't agree with or criticize any of their policies or their action, that tends to be a typical attack that you are unpatriotic and that you are UNC.
Yeah.
But I don't mind calling me a UNC, but you see the dog part, I'm not going to sit still with that part. I will bite somebody indeed, but go ahead.
Yeah, here's another question. Miss Ameen, what's going on with Makoya residents who have to move from next to the highway?
Yes, I am happy to have the opportunity because Makoya intersection and Makoya interchange falls smack within St. Augustine constituency. When we were in government, there was a plan to remove all the traffic lights along the highway and make it into a true highway, a freeway. So you had the Grand Bazaar interchange plan, which was changed by the PNM, and they did implement it. You had the Curep interchange that started under the UNC government, and the PNM came in and they changed the plans a bit, but it did go ahead with it. And again, the same thing is happening with the Makoya interchange. So the Minister of Works, Minister Rohan Sinanan, recently announced that the government intends to go ahead with the construction of the Makoya interchange, and they have made some changes. And one of the major changes he mentioned to the media was that they will put the structure further east so that it will not obstruct any structures and property closer to the Makoya intersection. It will go where you have like a wider empty lands. But along with the actual interchange is also the improvement to the highway itself. And we understand that the proposal includes putting 2 additional lanes, one lane on each the westbound and the eastbound lane. So on either side of the highway, they intend to add an additional lane. And that is from UE. From by UE lights come up because they want to remove the UE lights, they want to remove the Paget intersection traffic lights, and the properties along the highway are to be affected. So we have from UE on both sides of the highway, you have businesses and residents. Even further up, you have the Tunapuna Hindu School. You have coming up there, you have the Mokoya Wholesale Market, the Norris Day Rhine Market. We don't know how many of these buildings will be affected. What I have asked is for the Minister of Works to have dialogue with the people. And I have been trying over the past week to get people from NIDCO, to get the minister himself. He has not responded to my calls. I have sent letters, I have sent emails, and I managed to get on to an employee of a consultation firm that they hired, a consultant that they hired to gather information. And it is because this employee visited the homes of some of my constituents. I have been, as an MP, not just sitting in office and waiting for people to come to me, but I have been doing home visits where it's basically a walkabout where I visit every home on the street. And I did visit the residents south of the highway on Mahandu, Trace and Freeman Road. We have a community center there that is very close to the highway that we don't know yet if it will have to be relocated or demolished. The houses in Watt Street, so that is just south of UE by the UE South Gate and south of the UE sporting facility there. We have a number of residents there. We do have some structures on the highway reserve, but we don't know who will be affected. So I am, as a representative of the people, I'm standing with the residents and I'm saying if anybody has to be relocated, anybody has to be compensated, it must be reasonable compensation and reasonable relocation. And I am also I am willing to facilitate virtual consultations with the residents and the stakeholders. So we know we cannot have these big meetings where people will attend and hear what's going on, but certainly in smaller groups as well as virtually. I've also had people making suggestions of asking questions because at present, many UE students have accommodation south of the highway as well, where they rent apartments. People who live in south and far areas, they rent apartments in the vicinity of UE, and some of them are on the southern side of the highway. And the question is, in terms of pedestrian safety with this overpass, how will pedestrians be accommodated? So all of those things are questions that the minister should be able to answer before any move is made to remove any residents. So I am in support of development, but it cannot take place with millions of taxpayers' dollars being spent with no consultation. So I trust that the minister, if he has not received my letter yet, will in fact see it fit to reach out to me as a representative of the people and to have stakeholder discussions.
So, Ms. Ameen, I think you covered, this person put up a statement, but I think your answer just now may have covered this statement. Let me read it anyway. Hiley says, Ms. Ameen, one piece of advice, being just a voice is not good enough anymore. You know, he's Trinidad, and I put at the end. So it's not good enough. Yeah. You know, even though we live in America, we still keep the Trinidad stuff. So he said, he said, you have to actually do for the people and do for the people and community. People want to see you do the hard work like Miss Trinidad and Tobago. So I think what you just said there, you answered the person's question. So I feel that you're taking a sneak peek at the chat to see what people just kidding.
Well, I'm happy to have addressed that, and that is something that as a member of parliament that I hold dear to my heart, especially in this COVID time, because as a councillor, I would very often keep community meetings. So any project I was doing, even before the project started, as small as it would be as a councillor, you're doing a little box drain, a little bridge in the area, you call the residents together in somebody's garage, invite the contractor to tell the residents what the project would be about and to for them to air their questions and concerns. And then while the project is going on, you facilitate any complaints. So is there too much dust? Are you being affected negatively while the construction is taking place? So this is something that I did regularly as a councillor and as a chairman of Tunapuna Piako Corporation, and that I intended to do upon being elected as a member of parliament. And of course, the COVID pandemic, I was elected in the year 2020, in the height of the COVID pandemic, and we cannot keep these meetings, we cannot have gatherings, but what I have been doing is having home visits. So I would visit, and not visit one person, but I would visit every resident on that street, call them at their gate, and it allows me to communicate with them safely at their gate. So there is physical distancing, we wear masks, we sanitize, but I also get to hear people one-on-one. And sometimes they are a little more forthcoming with their questions and concerns and complaints than when they are in a meeting or when they come to the office. And it's safer because I'm not in the office in an enclosed, air-conditioned space, risking myself or the constituent. So I've found those walks to be very useful. So I walk once or sometimes twice per week, depending on the parliament schedule and so on. So every week I walk as an MP, and I do these things I call home visits, and especially in areas where there are complaints, so that a complaint that might be affecting a few residents on the street, I would visit everyone still, whether they are affected or not, to get their views. And it allows me to take their phone number and give them mine in case something comes up. And I have been using WhatsApp, I have been having virtual office, but when I let residents, people scan and send in documents. I let people WhatsApp me a photo of their issue. I send them a photo of or a scan of a letter that I may have sent on their behalf, or a response from a minister concerning their complaint, so that they don't have to come into the office several times and or even leave home at all. So I hope that that is helping in terms of reaching people in the pandemic despite the restrictions, you know.
Ms. Ameen, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
Is that possible? Is that possible?
What the favor is.
Yeah. Can you send the MP for Laventille West an email with respect to what you just talked about?
Listen, man. Their political leader, the Prime Minister, who's an MP in Diego Martin, his office is closed. And there are people who have gone to that office or called the office or met the staff, and the office manager say, listen, all MP's office closes COVID. I don't know about them. I don't know what policy they have for representing people. But all of us have to find ways to navigate safely and do our job. So
Mr. Ameen,
their political leader sets the tone for them, and clearly it ain't going far.
But Mr. Ameen, you didn't answer the question I asked you. I asked you to do nothing. You can send my representative from Laventille West.
I want to tell you in Laventille West that the UNC's policy for representation is similar to what I described. So when you have a choice again, you will make a better choice next time.
All right, so here's another question, Miss Ameen. This fella, a fella named Fishstick, he seemed to like to ask you these softball questions. But it's okay, Fishsticks. I'm going to ask all the questions. He said, Mrs. Ameen, can you tell us more about the motion you brought in the parliament yesterday after Camille said you were misleading the House?
Listen, I will not be intimidated by Camille Robinson Regis. For the information of others, the election and boundaries is required by law to file a report on the boundaries for local electoral districts every 3 years. Well, every 2 years, but not more than 3 years. The last report came in June of 2017, and the next report was due in June of 2020. They came to Parliament, and around that time, I was not a member of the House at that time, and they approved an extension. Well, they let the EBC submit their report in June of 2021. So that was approved, and we ain't seen no report. June 2021 came and went, no report came. And the UNC, as a responsible political party, wrote to the Election and Boundaries Commission to inquire whether this report was in fact sent to the minister as required by law. And once it is sent to the minister has a duty to lay the report in Parliament. So no report came. The leader of opposition on the UNC virtual platform on Monday night, before I reach Monday night, Monday afternoon, I filed a motion on the adjournment in Parliament, and it was approved. A motion to condemn the minister for his failure to lay the Election and Boundaries report, the 10th report of the EBC. The leader of opposition announced on the virtual meeting Monday night that she intends to pursue legal action to get the minister to lay this report, because this report has all the boundary changes, and you are keeping it close to you, and the public is denied. You don't know if you fall in another electoral district. You are keeping it for a political advantage for you to plan your election and everybody else to be scrambling. So the leader of opposition threatened to bring legal action. Lo and behold, I was informed on the Wednesday, I think it was, that the Parliament staff, that, there was an administrative error and the minister sent the thing, but, we didn't put it on the order paper. My position, and they asked if I wanted to withdraw it, and I told them no. My position is that the minister is still responsible. If the minister sends something to the Parliament, something as important as the EBC report that deals with the boundaries for local government elections, and months pass and the minister doesn't see it come on the order paper, and the leader of government business, who is the same Camille Robinson-Regis, if they are responsible and if they had any interest in that report coming to the Parliament and being laid as it should in law, they would have asked a question. But nobody asked a question until the leader of opposition threatened legal action. So on Thursday, we got a supplemental order paper. And lo and behold, Mr. Report was laid. And so I felt when I brought my motion, the motion was to condemn the minister. And I felt it was improper to bring the Parliament staff into the fray, because this is a political debate. And I really felt it was shameful for Camille Robinson-Regis to blame the staff. To me, if there was some administrative delay, as the politician and the policy maker, Camille Robinson-Regis as leader of government business, and Kazim Hussein as minister of local government, had an obligation to ask, hello, where's the report that I sent you? I haven't seen it. Can you kindly bring it forward? So that it wouldn't take the leader of opposition threatening legal action for you to go and find the report. So my position is that even though I felt it was not proper to mention the staff and bring the staff into the debate, it is still the responsibility of the Minister of Local Government in law, and he cannot be allowed to escape that responsibility. So I will not be intimidated by Camille Robinson-Regis using all the words in the dictionary. It does not absolve you from the responsibility. And the PNM has a habit. They have a history of undermining elections. I was a councillor in 2003, and an election was due in 2006, every 3 years, right? They went to Parliament, they postponed it for 1 year. 2007, they come again, they did it. And they postponed the elections 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. And it was only when Kamla Persad-Bissessar became Prime Minister in 2010 that the local government elections was called. My first term as a councillor was supposed to be 3 years. And it turned out to be 7 years that the PNM did not call an election. In Bebe South, we have a by-election on Monday. The councillor died more than a year ago, and it was when the leader of opposition threatened legal action that they announced the by-election. A couple of years ago, we had Barataria and Belmont. We had 2 councillors pass away. And again, the leader had to threaten legal action to get the people to call the by-election so that the public could vote. So we have seen a history of the PNM undermining local elections, and we do not trust them. So hence the motion to condemn the minister, and I still condemn the minister. Even if it is an administrative error, even if you want to throw the staff under the bus, and I call shame on you for throwing the staff under the bus, you are responsible. It is your duty in law.
So could this be an administrative error to cause confusion for the day of election so some people don't get to vote?
Well, had the leader of opposition not threatened legal action, that report would have still been hidden. It would not have come to the parliament. And thanks to her raising that on Monday, we now have the report laid in parliament, and because it is laid, it is now available to the public. So I think that is a right step. That is a triumph for democracy in this country, thanks to the opposition.
Everything is
so
clarified.
I have no regrets about raising that.
Everything is clarified for the voters, so where they're going to vote and what district, and everything is straightened out by now?
There are some changes in the boundaries, and there must be reasonable time for people to be aware of that. People who are voters, as well as people who intend to contest, not only political parties, but there are also independent candidates who contest, but certainly all political parties will have the opportunity. And the EBC is supposed to be fair. And let us not forget that the CEO of EBC is a close relative of a former PNM cabinet minister and MP. So the EBC has an additional duty to ensure that it does not operate with political bias.
So there's clear understanding where people are supposed to vote in their district and whatever it is, so far as we know now.
Yeah. Well, the report was only laid on Friday. So now, certainly as a responsible political party, we will begin to sensitize people where they have changed electoral districts.
Oh, okay then. All right.
So, Mrs. Ameen, if you can stay with us for just a few more minutes, we got to go for a quick station identification, and we have 1 or 2 more questions in the chat. So just a few more minutes. It's in the village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We come to every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 6 to 9 p.m. Of course, we have with us no stranger to In the Village, Mrs. Khadijah Ameen. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
You're listening to WZYE 95.9 FM. You are listening to WZYE 95.9 FM, the most influential name in Caribbean radio in the tri-state area. Broadcasting from East Orange, New Jersey, the most influential name in Caribbean radio. WZYE 95.9 FM.
We are back with you. It's In the Village with the DAG Triplets on WZYE 95.9 FM. We have with us no other than the MP, Mrs. Khadijah Ameen. Mrs. Ameen, there's a question from Albert Montano. Oh, a question or statement. There's a question. MP Ameen, do you know that the corner of Watt Street and Evans Street is a dangerous area?
Yes. I am so happy these people are raising issues in my constituency.
But that's where I grew up.
Yes, on the corner of Watt Street. Now, Evans Street was in a terrible condition. So we make some noise. I see somebody plant some balize in the potholes for Republic Day. And they did a video and was circulating and so on. And a couple of weeks after, we got the road paved. So they scraped the road, they scarified, they removed the old asphalt, and they paved the road. And I was on site when the work started, and I asked them to put back humps. So they put back humps, but not as many as previously. So that's one. So there's a danger close to some of the corners where the vehicles speeding. And I've been asking Ministry of Works to put back all the humps that were there before. They did put some, but not all. That's one. Secondly, Evans Street is the major road. Watt Street by the substation, you cross over to go to Watt Street by UE Southgate. And the traffic management people who had to repaint the lines, they repainted a white line, a stop line on Evans Street on the southern side, south of the power station there, the substation, for those who know. So you have had a number of minor accidents, but it could be major. So I have been pleading with the authorities. I did go on site sometime last week or week before. I took photographs and I sent it to traffic management, and I asked them to please remove that white line and allow the major road to continue to be the major road. But you have to put white lines on Watt Street so that people coming in to Evans will know that they have to slow down. And we have had a number of little fender benders there. So I'm pleading with the authorities, and I want to thank the person who raised that matter, because Evans Street is a major road in Curep. It is a major road in the constituency. It runs on the western boundary of the UE. And all those streets in Curep come out onto Evans Street. So I want to thank the residents who called me and say, hey, Khadijah, come and see this. Let's make some recommendations to traffic management. So we have sent photographs and emails, and we are waiting for them to correct it. And I hope they do it before. I mean, school is starting back. We have SAGs right there. We have a number of schools in the Curep area, and you do have the UE Southgate right there. So I hope it's corrected soon.
When you said dangerous, I thought you was going in the crime area, because those street lights that I studied by, I was sit on the culvert, and my house is still there, but it's been refurbished. There's a Chinese restaurant on Watt Street.
Yes.
The house right next to the Chinese restaurant, the Peach House.
Yes.
That's where I grew up. That yard is where I grew up. And then there's Bidesi Trace on the opposite side there. Yes. That's my stomping ground on Old Tim Road.
Well, we have had a number of robberies and stuff in the Curep area. I did take a nice evening walk with my team, and we took the light pole numbers. This was very early in my term. We took the light pole numbers along that stretch, and TNT did come and repair a number of street lights. But in that Curep area, we have had quite a few robberies and break-ins and so on. And when the UE students are out, we have even more robberies and stuff. So it is an area that is densely populated and well traversed, and of course security is a concern, because you have vulnerable, I shouldn't say vulnerable people there. You have bandits who prey on citizens, so it is an area we have to be on the lookout where crime is concerned. Yes.
So this is another question regarding the PBR, to remove people to make the PBR whiter. Is Makoya? Is that Makoya? Is it Makoya?
Priority bus route.
The priority bus route. Yeah.
Yes.
Something to make the PBR wider. They will come with what's going on the Makoya Highway and the PBR eventually, to remove people to make it wider. Some part they're going to have to remove people to make it wider.
Yes, that is the interchange. It's Churchill
Right,
Roosevelt.
yes. Yes.
But because
yes.
the government has not shared their entire plan with us, we don't know how many of the side roads will be affected. I do know there will be changes in terms of traffic changes for people to get on and off the highway and to go into major areas such as Page, for instance, or Makoya. So you may have to go down by the next interchange and take the ramp and come back down, which is a part of development once you are driving, but we must also allow the pedestrians and the residents to continue to be safe and to access either side of the highway safely. I know that there is a drainage project on the priority bus route side, because every time it rains, a lot of muddy water comes down and crosses the bus route there. So you have flood on the bus route, and many residents they just been so fed up over the years, and you have a lot of silt and debris on the road after the flood water goes down. It doesn't last long, so you get flash flooding. Sometimes vehicles can't pass, but it goes down quickly, but it leaves a lot of debris. So there is a project going on there, a drainage project on the bus route. I am not aware of any plans to widen the bus route, but that we don't know if that may come as part of the Makoya interchange. So I am calling again on the Minister of Works to disclose the plans to those who will be affected, so that we will know what's going on. Don't come in a clandestine manner and hit us 6 for 9.
So next, I don't know if this is a statement or a question, but somebody says a concern of mine is the street sign size and location. I don't know.
The size of the street sign and the location?
Yeah. I don't know if that's a problem.
Yeah, street lighting, street signs come on, fall under the regional corporations. So the street signs, the person may have a problem seeing with the size of the street signs. Maybe they want bigger signage. But the street signs that we have in Trinidad are standard sizes. I did see in Rio Claro Regional Corporation, Mayaro Rio Claro, we do have a UNC council there, and I saw that they have actually replaced many of their signs with bigger signs, because that stretch of road, when you're going off, Rio Claro, you have to really look out, because it's a rural area and the distance between each road. You want to see the street sign long before you reach the road if you have to turn off. So there are regional corporations who have decided to put bigger signs. So it is something you can take up with your regional corporation.
MP Ameen, I have a question for you. I know of several families who have Trinbago roots, and they have expressed to me in the past that they would have preferred their children after they graduate from high school here to be educated in the UE system in Trinidad and Tobago or in the Caribbean, preferably Trinidad and Tobago because that's where they're from. Is there any way or we can capitalize on using, the educational system to capture forex, or part of it, as a forex, if you're coming from outside and you pay for it, can't we do that? I mean, and making it safe for the students. I mean,
yes, well, certainly education. The University of the West Indies also welcomes students who are not citizens of Trinidad. So you do have external students. The safety of students, of course, is a serious concern because there's limited accommodation on campus in the halls, and much of the places for rent surrounding the campus, although it's very close, we have had students being robbed of their laptops, their wallets taken. We have had young ladies being raped. At a time when I was in UB, I remember we had a whole movement and several protests because so many girls were raped on their way to school. So that was a major issue for students. But the people who are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will have access to GATE funding, for instance. Of course, when we were in government, we would fund tuition 100%. This present government has changed the GATE criteria, so many citizens are not accessing GATE. They don't qualify for GATE for their tuition. And so I feel that the enrollment of Trinidad citizens will be much lower. But certainly people who are from other countries who are not citizens will not, even though they will not be able to get the GATE funding, they can attend, they can apply and attend and pay their way. There is a matriculation system that people, so you don't also not only CXC and the exams that you do in Trinidad that will allow you to qualify for entry into UE. You look at other qualifications as well, and that also applies to mature students because there are a lot of mature students who attend UE both full-time and part-time. The issue of coming to Trinidad for education, Trinidad and Tobago has been one of the places in the Caribbean that has a range of tertiary education opportunities, both from public and private tertiary education institutions. When I was chairman of Tunapuna Piaco Corporation, the Ministry of Tertiary Education had an initiative called the St. Augustine Education City Committee. And it was a cabinet-appointed committee to make recommendations to create an education city in and around St. Augustine, where you have a high concentration of tertiary and secondary, education institutions on a whole, but tertiary and secondary, so that in the vicinity between Mount Hope, because you have Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex is also, remember, an educational institute as well. And it came right up to the intersection by Eddie Hart there. So a lot of the schools in the Tunapuna and Currap and St. Augustine area were included. And the idea was to develop that into a place where you could facilitate entrepreneurs who use the research from the education institutions to incubate businesses that would blossom and become, you have moving from research and innovation to invention and marketing them properly. But you also had the safety. And this is where we had networked with the UE police in terms of their very advanced CCTV coverage of their compound. The idea of having bicycle lanes, having small entrepreneurs and food vendors in a regulated way along the UE stretch, so that you have opportunities for entrepreneurs that would facilitate students as well as members of the public, people who live close by, and recreation as well. So you had solar lighting, you had bicycle lanes, you had small business, local economic development, but you also had the security as a major issue, and transport. PTSE had special stops for students. And this, of course, was disbanded when the PNM came into government. But many countries have education cities. Cambridge is an education town. You have in Singapore and in China, you have many cities that have developed their economy around education, and there are opportunities for us in the Caribbean as a major economy in the Caribbean to attract people for education.
My reason for asking you that question is I was thinking of tying education to tourism, and capturing the dollar, capturing that person. You may have a repeat, you may have their families wanting to come. So let the minds get together and think about it. How would you capture that forex all the way around? And you could create pockets of entrepreneurship for persons within there. If the housing is not enough, perhaps families can host a student. You have vetting system. So just ideas. You know what I mean? But
some of these things, so for instance, even at present, if Trinidad students are not safe, it's not attractive for foreign students to come. So the issue of safe accommodation, for instance, is very serious, because around the UE campus, even the area you described by the Chinese restaurant, there are many people who have converted their homes to apartments for students, and a small one-room apartments, but it's not regulated. And that is something, we had formed something called the Off-Campus Students Association, which was a group of students. But what you need is those in authority to be like a rent assessment board, to ensure that you had proper accommodation, you had standards, public health standards and so on, that are met for student accommodation. That does not exist, and that is something that could very easily be done by any government. And that was a part of our Education City initiative as well. So you have to make it safe and attractive. Trinidad people don't want to send the children, afraid to send the children to UE. No, much less for foreign students.
That's interesting, right? Next time you come back, we're going to talk about that, because I mean, at the university I teach at, there is a lot of housing. A lot of people rent out rooms in their house to a lot of the kids around the school, and they make a lot of money, especially when the semester in. And the town has a great role to play in what happens with those apartments, to make sure those apartments are not just an apartment. You just pour a room and they just put the kids in them in a room. But the town will come in and do an inspection on those houses as well. But here's the last question for you before you go. Is there an exchange student program in Trinidad and Tobago? Hailey is asking that question. Is there an exchange student program in Trinidad and Tobago?
I know that the ministry does facilitate, but many institutions do that on their own. So you do have schools who have their own internal programs, and they do exchange students, and sometimes it's for short periods. And because of that, students in Trinidad can go, especially to countries that do not speak English. So, for instance, French students love to go to Martinique and so on, but the exchange will allow exchange of culture. But as far as I know, it is largely a private initiative, an initiative taken by the institution themselves in collaboration with the parents and the teachers.
It's interesting, right? 1 minute, Gary, 1 minute. This is interesting, right? Hailey also says, so why isn't the university not protecting the investment? That is crazy. And you know something? Hailey, that's such a good point there, because the university where I teach, any student can call at any time and get a bus to come and take them. What's within a 4 to 5 mile radius of the university, and it's free. They just put it in the tuition. Any student now can call this bus. It's called, what is it called again, boy? I forget the name. But
it's called, in UE we have a shuttle.
Right, it's called a shoe fly. Like it's
Okay.
no right. It's called a shoe fly, and this shoe fly will be able to pick you up within a 4 to 5 mile radius. You just call. If it's just you alone, you and your friends, they come and they pick you up. If you're on campus and you need to go somewhere with them, they'll pick you up and drop you, in front of your apartment. So what they're really doing is looking out for the students for our safety is concerned.
Yes. At UE, there is a shuttle. There is a UE shuttle, and I would have been at UE some time ago, right, about 10 years ago. But when I was on campus, we did see a significant improvement in the shuttle service. But it is something that you have to sustain, and the University of the West Indies has been doing that for their students. But the truth is that the entire area, that entire area, you have students who go to other tertiary level institutions, and just like what you described, where housing is concerned, many people convert their homes into apartments for students. And the issue of transport is not only limited to UE students, but to tertiary education students in that vicinity on a whole. So this is where we felt that the PTSC should have a special student transport. And well, it wasn't only for students, but you have a lot of residents who live within that area. So the St. Augustine Education City would have special stops within the education city for that bus, and it also encourage people to park their vehicles and take a bus. So the park and ride, introducing park and ride in this country, because it's something that people who have a vehicle now, they will not park their vehicle and take public transport. There are many people who, because of lack of public transport and safe public transport, they try their very best to buy a car. So safe public transport is also something that you have to consider.
Last question for you, Mrs. Ameen. Rose says, Mrs. Ameen, and I know you like this question. Mrs. Ameen, seeing all the suffering this government is putting the citizens of this country through, is it possible to call a general election now?
Yes, well, Rose, unfortunately, it is the government who has the responsibility to call the election. The election is constitutionally due every 5 years. So by 2015, the Prime Minister has to call it within 3 months of the anniversary of the 5th anniversary of the last election, or the EBC and the President will have to issue an election writ. Before the 5 years, government could call an election if they lose confidence in themselves and they do the honorable thing and recognize that the country is suffering under their governance. They could do the honorable thing and resign and allow the country to choose another government. The last time we had a snap election in this country, it was when Patrick Manning was Prime Minister, and it was because of internal ramblings in the PNM, where the majority that the PNM had at that time in the Parliament was threatened. And Keith Rowley was a part of that. And that is when Patrick Manning warned us that this man is a raging bull. And we did not take heed. But certainly at that time, there were several MPs who were threatening the PNM in the Parliament with their majority, so that the PNM could not sustain themselves in Parliament. They could not pass any legislation because they did not have support of their own members. And so their government fell apart, and they decided to call a snap election. But by that time, the people were so fed up of the PNM. In 2010, there was such a wave because you had so many issues. You had the rapid rail, you had houses being demolished, squatters being evicted, and so much injustice in the country, and the people decided to take a stand. So that even if once we have a snap election in this country, people have to be ready to vote. And even if the government does not recognize its incompetence, and even if they ignore us when we riot, because Imbert is laughing, saying they ain't riot yet, even when we do riot and we do protest and so on, and they do not take us, pay us any mind, if the elections are called when they are due, you have a very powerful index finger on your right hand. And that right to vote is what every citizen has to cherish. And we have seen what the PNM has offered, and we have to make a choice. But unfortunately, we have 2025, and we must continue to call out the government for their injustices and oppression against citizens, and call on them to call the election before that time.
So, Mrs. Ameen, I promise you, this is the last question. It says, Mrs. Ameen, why has the PNM Clarence Rambert and the PNM's Dr. Keith Rowley not opened the Centennial Cocoa Estate, employing the unemployed in the fields?
I will have to look into that because I know that the cocoa industry in Trinidad and Tobago produces some of the finest cocoa in the world. And the production of chocolate was one of the niche things that we felt could put Trinidad and Tobago on the map internationally. And the government has been talking about cocoa and coffee production. The Minister of Trade did come in response to some questions in Parliament to boast about some achievements in the cocoa where production of cocoa was concerned. So you having raised that matter, I will have to look into it, and the opposition will have to keep the government accountable because sometimes they come and they really gloss over their programs and they talk about things and sometimes you realize there's only 5 farmers benefiting and the rest of the industry is neglected and they boast about it as though it's an achievement. So I want to thank you for bringing that to my attention, and I will look into that situation at the Cocoa Board in Centennial.
Mrs. Ameen, we want to say thank you so very kindly for being so patient with us and answering all our questions, both pro and anti. Pro. And again, any closing words before you go?
I want to thank you guys for keeping your eye on Trinidad and Tobago and your heart in Trinidad and Tobago. The people of Trinidad and Tobago need more avenues to express what is taking place in this country. Because if you listen to the media in Trinidad and Tobago, you would believe that it's not as bad as it is. It really is bad. And our ministers, our government is totally disconnected from reality. Many of the media houses, our journalists, are good independent people, but our media houses have business affiliation. The owners of the media houses have business affiliation with the PNM, and we cannot rely. Our media is not always transparent and not always impartial. So mainstream media has not been fair in reporting what truly takes place in Trinidad and Tobago. And thanks to social media and thanks to people like you who keep the heat on, the world will know and understand what is going on, and diaspora will know what is going on with Trinidad and Tobago citizens here at home. And I want to urge those who have been outspoken to continue to be outspoken, even though you may be vilified. It will not be in vain. We have to stand up and make a difference. We have to stand up to this government, and we have to stand up for what is just and right in this country. And if you are a patriot, it doesn't matter what political affiliation you have or if you have none. There's no question that this government's incompetence and oppression is pushing people to the edge. We have to make a stand to save this country.
Mrs. Ameen, we want to thank you so very kindly.
Thank you.
And you did offer her to stream any issue that was going on there previously. So I hope that offer still stands to give us some coverage.
Yeah, it still stands.
Okay. All right, sister. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
So, folks, there you have it. Let me go to some quick comments here from in the chat. All kind of people commenting on all kind of things. Eh? So let me quickly read some of them. All I see my pens behind it. My cow pens. Lana wanted to know.
It fit neatly in them too.
You see what I'm saying? I'm that pen behind it. And when I move so, my partner in the pen, you see my partner. When I move so, my partner, when I want to hide my partner, I just do so.
Oh, he behind you there.
And when I want to do so, I say, hey, but the man doing left right football is there. The man say, how much hampers and school books they carry 11 till 30, they give 11 till people. And I don't know, you know. I don't know.
None, BNC, none.
Just want to know. Wall Street, but from 20 million yesterday, it reached 50 million. What reached 50 million for sticks? Stick, I think you're going in the wrong direction, you know. Lana says, answer the PNM government don't want any advice on how to fix things in Trinidad and Tobago. If they themselves, is only if themselves think of something. Stephen Downer said, this was an early one, boy. But when the CC, who's the CC? When the CC had the announcement, the cow pens were already being built. Or NCC, all right.
Carnival Commission.
No tendering an advance notice was given to a contractor to start work before the cabinet agreed to any finance. How? Well, boy, Stephen is all we guess. Yeah, boy, Lana say, Lana, Takesha says a liar has no memory. Lana says a fish doesn't rotten from the tail. Joan says, Anselm, I see you playing mass on one of them, that thing behind you. Yeah, Joan, I buy my own cow pen, eh? I rent it. Me alone. Answer my wonder.
But I want to know who is going to be there to enforce that they stay within their own pods. Excuse me.
No, you could come out to go to the bathroom.
Okay, other than that.
Well, if maybe you might want to exchange with that person an export so you could get a different wine.
I hear the joke. So you're gonna
maybe we should contact the minister, Gypsy, on this and ask him.
You're gonna be consuming alcohol. So, right? Yes or no? Tell me if I'm going on the right road. Huh? You're consuming alcohol?
Yeah.
All right. Your head get tight.
Your head get nice, not tight, nice.
Well, I don't know. All you call it. Your head get tight and nice. And you wander and you're going to somebody else's pen.
Well, no, I think
let me finish that. Let me finish the answer. You wander and go into somebody else's pen. You carry COVID over there.
Yeah, all you're good. All you're good. All you're good.
Oh, God. You carry Omicron. You went from a heptacron to Omicron. You carry... Yo, this thing, it don't make no sense. It just doesn't make any sense.
The money they spent today to do that live and love until they could have taken that money and give it to the children. Hey, my partner Anderson boy. Anderson will soon. We see you a long time, you know. Anderson boy, you inside. That we WZYE representative on the beat, you know. Anderson, the 7th, we had to do our next live, you know. The 7th Anderson.
But I know when I played Mass on the Parkway, right? I was one of my thing. I always whine on a police sergeant, like the fellow with the white shirt, right?
Yeah.
I would look for a police, and I whining on he. How you could whine on a police fellow here? You can't do it.
No, Mass on the Parkway, no real Mass.
I mean, Mass on the Parkway, no real man. You ever play Mass on the Parkway?
No, I never. I don't play Mass on the Parkway.
I play Mass several times on the Parkway. That is Mass.
That is minor league Mass.
Shit, I think tie out.
Listen, I really must consider Laventille people for fools for that big pappy show they put on today. Laventille open your third eye, no one never. Yeah. I agree with that, you know.
Lana says she leaving she pod to go pee and jump in another pod.
What? I leaving that pod? I going and see if I could get some water and give some bamboo and mind my business. yeah, correct is right.
Wait. Fish say, what happens if a couple goes into a pen and they don't want any strangers with them in the pen full? What will happen? That's why I said, Fish, somebody head get tight and high and they stumbling. They see a bamboo, they like in another pod and they want to stumble over there. What happened?
Yeah, Nadira said Mr. Rennie B got a powerful voice, a very strong guy.
That's right.
Solofield said Brooklyn is a Democrat stronghold like Laventille.
Oh, yeah. The whole part, the whole of New York City, except Staten Island.
Yeah. Rajvi said, women can also buy rape whistles. It have those in other countries. Cheap way for everyone to have some protection.
Hello, Rajvi.
That make kind of sense, you know.
Rajvi.
Wait, Diana, listen. You can answer two of them at one time. My partner Eugene Julian from Maryland, boy. My partner, I feel Eugene going and sleep already, you know, because your wife just call him, your wife just tell him, once 9 o'clock comes, right? You have to turn off your phone, you know. You know that? Once 9 o'clock comes, you say, she just call him, EJ, come here, bring the phone. He just say, okay.
All right. So I want to answer the whistle.
Yeah, EJ say there's a bad solution, Diana. Eugene Julian from Maryland.
What's a bad solution?
That thing with that box cut, that thing.
Hello, Mr. Eugene, whatever your name is.
Eugene Julian,
right?
Julian. Yeah.
Mr. Eugene Julian. All right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. See, the bad solution or suggestion is waking up finding and hearing that your female relative thrown over the heights of a repo. That's a bad suggestion. Yeah? Yeah, you coming at me and I don't know who you are. Are you snatching me? I don't know who you are in this climate in Trinidad and Tobago. I am going to cut you. And let Forrest and
why you want to take it out of me, fella?
I ain't taking out of me. And he let Forrest and whoever figure out why I cut you. That's all. Why you snatching me?
Dan, I do appreciate how you going after my friend. You know?
I going after your friend. I going after his suggestion. Why are you snatching me? Why you snatching whoever? Why you snatching me? Why are you trying to tug me here or pull me there and I don't know you? I am going to cut you, and then Forrest and whoever could figure out why I cut you. Charge me for whatever they want, but I cutting you. You ain't throwing me over no heights, nowhere. I guarantee you that.
You're very violent, you know.
I don't care, call me.
Somebody hijacked my mic, and you guys wasn't hearing me at all.
No,
wait. Them is the one that want to snatch me and carry me and try and kill me and rape me and throw me over a repo, and I violent? Oh yeah, right.
Albert Montano says, don't forget Wall Street is a Bali juice, is a Balize juice, so be careful what you say.
Oh yeah, right.
Gone too far, where citizens need the right to be equipped to defend themselves. It's not one thing you have to put in place. There's a few things that has to be put in place. Yes, the lighting. Yes, the neighborhood groups. Yes,
but Gary, ain't nobody is like you hear Madam MP said like these things ain't going on. So in the meantime, girls have to go to work and they have to go about their regular business.
I'm just saying what you have to keep standing up about it for it. And you have to keep reiterating. You have to keep.
I gonna tell any female relatives of mine listening or friends, all you put a box cut in all your bosom when all you get in these cars and keep all your hand there. Anybody
Diana,
try something, you do what you have to do. Hello, at least you'll be alive. You'll be alive. And let me tell you something. The tool that they want to harm you with, that is where you cut. Okay? Good. I don't talk. Right. And my opinion is not the opinion of WZYE and Anselm LeBon. My opinion is only Diana Benskin opinion.
Same as mine.
Put it in your bosom and travel with it and keep your hand here. And they try something stupid, all you cut and joke. That's what a box cutter will deter them, I guarantee you. And don't joke them light, you know. Joke where they could see blood come in. Trust me, they go turn the other way and you will get away here. Don't listen to pepper spray and pepper. Pepper is for pilau and soup. All right, good. I don't talk.
Despite the program participants, including those on social media, are solely their opinions and views and do not reflect the opinions and views of WZYE management and staff.
So listen to this. Eugene Julian actually agreed with me. He said the article was misleading. He also said that if or when the administration...
Which article was misleading?
The same one with the one said that Donna Cox said the people had to starve. We went over that.
Yeah.
That was misleading.
Just reading some comments here. If or when the administration changes, the opposition will do the same. I don't know what you mean by that.
No, I don't know. Are you telling me?
Albert Montano says Wall Street is the P&M in the doghouse. So he asked for forgiveness. How you gonna put me in the doghouse? Rose, we send condolences to you and your family and the passing of your brother's brother. Capiza says Anselm Laventil East MP needs a tube of Pepsodent. For what?
Capiza called me Diana Bobbitt. Yeah. That's right.
Oh boy.
But what I'm saying, if you travel in a car and one passenger, pretend passenger, gets on the side and the other one gets on the other side and you in the middle and they stick you with something without you
I ain't
realizing.
sitting down in no middle, number
I'm
one.
just saying,
I
they
ain't,
use it, they're
Diana,
working
don't
together
sit.
with women, Diana.
Hello, Gary. I don't sit in no middle. Normally I have a car. I hire my godson father. But back in the day, if I took a car, I tell the man, I hire you, don't pick up nobody else. But so I got he under control. Anybody,
So Diana,
I could control one fella. Yeah, go ahead.
Diana, my friend Eugene Julian, who you're lamb blasting, he said he was talking about him arming himself with a gun.
Who he could arm himself? I could arm myself with a gun too.
No, he was talking about when he said he talking about. You don't agree with that? He said he was talking about arming yourself with a gun. That's
But
what he
if
said.
the
So
men,
Diana, wait, let me finish answer. Eugene Joan, Capiza. Let me have put some closing comments in the chat here. Hold on a minute. Eugene Joan Capiza. I think Nadia and Sharon Bernard. People closing comments in the chat. Sharon, Nadia, Capiza, Joan, and Eugene. Put closing comments in the chat. Go ahead, Anna. Eugene said he don't agree with this gun thing.
I mean, you don't agree with the gun thing. If the men and them, how many more women you want to find over a repo and wherever, and
Yeah, but let me tell you something. People defending them criminals, the minute you talk about gun license for citizens, all they want to kill innocent black people, children. All right.
Well, if I was living in Trinidad and Tobago, I would apply for a gun license. And if they ain't give me none, Diana was walking with a long box cutter inside here, and don't come close to me if I don't know you and snatching me. You're getting caught.
Diana, Joan said.
But in the meantime, you saw the video with the robbery today in the with the jewel store.
San Fernando.
Yep.
Yeah. I called that a few minutes before I got on the show. But they are walking. It's okay for their children to walk in your business place, hijack you, brutalize you, and kill you. But the minute you ask for a legal gun, is an issue, right? Them is the biggest voice. The criminal family is the biggest voice against gun license.
I was gonna apply for a gun license. I'm telling you now. You don't give me all right.
Who you think raising their voice the biggest against people who trying to apply for gun license? Is it criminal relatives?
Yeah, I gonna put
support women carrying guns.
Well, then you know women. Then you know what they need to do.
Dana, Joan said you're a real strong woman.
Then you know what you need to do. All the travel some acid. Then throw it in the tail. End of the story. Because if they want to snatch you and carry you and do whatever they want with you and throw you over a cliff, walk with some acid. End of the story. Then let Forrest and them figure out who was wrong and who had what. Here, when I walk in New York, I always have me a box cutter. Wishing Letitia James could figure out who cut who and why and where. But ain't nobody gonna grab me and do what they want with me. I defending myself. It's a big fight gonna go down. I'm telling you that now. Yeah, I'm not nah. And I ain't interfere with you. You just gonna come upon me just so? No, it ain't gonna go down easy like that. Sorry. That's just who I am. I'm not picking no fight with nobody, but don't come and snatch me and just, up in my space and you want to be me,
I'm telling you, the country is saturated with heavily armed criminals. So pepper spray is something is history. You have to talk about allowing law-abiding citizens the right to bear arms to defend themselves.
Yep.
Okay? Police cannot hold our hands. The police cannot be the kind of things that we're dealing with. The police can't be everywhere. And up to now, they still have, you call for an emergency situation. They don't have a vehicle. All right. So
go ahead, Gary.
I mean, Dr. Rowley have to deal with these people or whoever. has to deal with them. I mean, the Prime Minister made some big grand charge today to the Minister of Public Utilities, but he got to deal with the police. So you got to deal with the police. You got to pull up their socks.
In my car, I have 5 implements situated in different locations in my car. So if you snatch me, you get me in the trunk, something in there waiting. I'm telling you, you have to think as a woman. You can't just go there, your head in the cloud and on the phone. You'll never find Diana out in the public. Oh, hello, and
Woman and man in danger in Trinidad. How much money
off the phone
on the side of the road?
I focusing on what's around me. And when I come out and I going back to I am very focused on where I park my car. I don't park my vehicle next to no panel vans, next to no tinted cars. And any car I park my car next to, I always take the license plate number, snap, and turn off my phone. You understand? So you try something. Hey, you have, as a woman, you have to think. Yeah, you have to think extra safety, extra security. You know, and like I said, in my car, I have 5 pieces of thing hidden different place. So you want to walk up on me, they're going to figure out who can get hurt. That's what I can say. You have to think.
Gary.
Go ahead.
You know your partner leaving Trinidad, right?
Who?
One of your partners.
One of your partners leaving Trinidad?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we're going to deal with that partner later, all right? Well,
look at me, look at me.
Mm-hmm.
Devon Mirage, don't forget we had him in here.
I guess he decided to save himself.
He's going to Canada.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, you see, so he can't take Gary on them no more.
Gary falling to the guy.
Listen, whatever floats his boat, man, but I continue to fight, I have nothing to gain in this. I am not running for any political office in Trinidad and Tobago. All right? I don't qualify for anything, okay? So,
Gary, all you're calling for the AG to go, right?
Not me. Not
the Prime Minister today. The Prime Minister.
The Guardian going to be asking me for a comment, which I'll answer now. And they want a comment as to why Faris is still in the cabinet and why I have not asked him to resign, because Kamala say he sold his car to Kewal Singh and they didn't transfer the car. That's what the Guardian interested in. Any damn foolishness that the UNC come up with, the Guardian interested in it. And telling me that Faris should resign because he's under police investigation. But I could tell the Guardian this evening, with respect to the transfer of a motor car, maybe I should resign too. Because I bought a car from an executive a few years ago, kept it for a while, couldn't get the car transferred because the records in licensing office was a mess. The executive died while I'm trying to transfer the car. Tried to sell the car to another executive. Took me a year and a half. And eventually the licensing office, after they digging chagaramas for months, had to concede that they couldn't find the record. And the man's wife had to go and tell that, yes, my husband sold his car to this gentleman. That's how I was able to get the car transferred. Probably on honor. But you come to tell me that Kamala write the police and tell the police Faris, I don't know what she have with Faris, Maybe Faris knows. The last time she go on platform and say the only pipe she knows, Faris is not the Minister of Public Utilities.
Oh, shit.
You gave me a headache, Anselm. Oh God, I get a headache this time of the night. Ooh.
You give me a headache.
I want to have pleasant dreams.
But you know what? I have one more to show. I have to show this one. Before we go. I must show this one. This one is a good one. I have to show this one. I know let's see this one already, but Fish Sticks wanted me to show this one, Fish Sticks, I remember you asked me to show this one. I had to show this one because I guess Trinidad and Tobago get the idea for the cow pens and them from, I think, a British organization had a similar sort of a cow pen thing, and they had it. So let me get that. Yeah, here we go. Here it is right here. This is it right here. Yeah. All over like this one.
Show the one with the robbery now, man.
You know, I didn't upload that, you know.
I don't want to see I don't want to see anybody dead, Gary. Yeah, I don't want to see that.
I don't like the kind
That's
of
time of the night.
No, that was nobody dead. It was just plain robbery.
I don't want to see no dead body. Now I gotta go lay down and sleep by myself. Shoot.
Yeah.
I thought you get the puppy. Where the puppy there?
The puppy next week.
That puppy coming.
Remember the storm? Shut up! The storm stop him. That winter storm.
That puppy say not me, but me ain't going there.
I mean, things now he ain't coming. He coming here himself, and I'm gonna bring him to Jersey to bite you.
No. You will get stuck in the borders when you come with that puppy.
No.
Watch this. Watch this. I know we see this already, but we will see that again. Don't worry. Fish sticks asked me for this one. That's why we're getting it fish sticks.
What fish stick put up now?
Hold on.
You still have the thing up? The news article is up. Oh. Big Bird, yellow.
Yeah, boy. They said I want to Gary partners, boy. UNC partner. Gary, that's what it's saying. I'm just telling you what it's saying. Don't get vexed with me, you know, Gary. All right, no, we don't hear that, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Hold on.
We'll take your seat because class is in session.
Yeah, so
I just want to see Tommy. He gone already?
Yeah, Tommy thing busted. Yeah, let me see if I get them closing comments here in the chat. All right, folks. Of course, folks, you know, it was a long night. You know, we want to say thank you to Mr. Rennie Bishop, and thank you to MP Khadijah Ameen for joining us in the village. I asked Kapiza. Okay, here's Nadia closing comments. And Sharon, I asked Sharon, I think Sharon have closing comments too. Kapiza, I didn't see Kapiza closing comments. But anyhow, Kapiza and Eugene, put closing comments in the chat. All right, let's go. Go ahead, Diana.
Oh, you got me already? Oh. Yeah. Hold a minute. Everything's slow here tonight. All righty. So, I'm going to do something here about poverty. Poverty is not just a state of mind. Proverbs 31, verses 8 and 9 says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and the needy." Adam Smith said, "No single society can be said to be jolly, flourishing, and happy when a bigger part of its population is languishing in misery and poverty." The government of Trinidad and Tobago is owed the responsibility of protecting the welfare of all its citizens and their general well-being. This is because the government is entrusted with the people and the constituency in the place to come up with policies that should be able to improve the lives of the general society as a whole. Poverty and other miseries are in large part due to social structure, which is how society functions at a macro level. There are societal issues that cause disparities in education, employment, and income for the marginalized groups. The greatest danger of a society arises when the society gets too comfortable and immune to the sufferings of the poor within the society. The dangers arise when the society is indifferent and shows no caring attitude to the less fortunate in the society, especially since these are people who make up the large percentage of that society. It may be noted that the government has often come up with policies that favor the affluent in society. The rich and the elite classes of people have often been in power, who have often been in power for a very long time. And due to this, the policies they structure are those that are geared towards protecting them. Those policies are structured in a way that the haves will continue having more, while the poor will continue losing the little at their disposal, making them poorer. The government promises hold special appeal during times of emergency when the public looks for an immediate savior. Trinidad and Tobago, don't be fooled by trinkets and false promises. This is Diana Benskin, your global ambassador, your poet, and your humanitarian. I'm bidding you auf Wiedersehen until we meet again. Good night, beloved people. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Hey, well, hey, look, Tommy, come back. Tommy.
Good evening, good evening, and good night.
Yeah, good night. Yep.
Yeah. All I have to say is, well, I wish everybody safety, peace, and prosperity. I don't have much to say because I'm very tired, and I'll see you on the next show.
Thank you very much, Tommy.
You're welcome.
Hey, Eugene, I asked you to put closing comments in the chat. You ain't put no closing comments in the chat. What happened? Oh, I forget. You still don't have your phone yet? He says your guest represented him well. Oh, God. All right. It's good still. Folks, special message to the Congress of Internal Security of the United States, August 8, 1950. Harry S. Truman. Once a government is committed to the principle of silencing the voice of the opposition, it only has one way to go, and that is down the path of increasingly repressive measures until it becomes the source of terror to all its citizens and create a country where everyone lives in fear. That was Harry S. Truman, August the 8th, 1950. From where I sit, this is it. The clock on the wall, so that's all I like to say, but I've got to go. Remember, hard work beats talent when talent does not work hard. And for every 60 seconds of anger, you lose 1 minute of happiness. Let me go to the closing comments now. Good night, Nadia. Good night, Lana. Good night, Raj V. Albert Montano, good night. Rose Celestine, good night. Claudia. Eugene Julian says your guest represented herself and party well tonight. She did a fantastic job. Rajvi says, good night and have a wonderful night, TNT, no matter what. Say, thank God we are alive. 2022 is here. Maybe God will bless us with a wonderful year. Thank you, Rajvi. Good night. Claudia, good night. Claudia say, I'll say, my darling, good night. Good night to you, Claudia. Only Claudia is my real friend on YouTube, you know. We just go back and forth, boy. Claudia, good night to you as well. Fishstick say, I tell her, some that man in the yellow suit is him in his teenage, and here Miami bringing home chickens and chips. Fella, you are going to be big like that, fella. Sharon Bernard closing comment says, good night, everyone. Be safe and take care of yourself. Thank you very much, Sharon. Nadia says, blessed good night to all. Please keep safe until we meet again in the village. Thank you, Nadia. highly. Diana acid misspill. I tell Eugene put our closing comment. He put our closing comment. I think it have 2 more closing. Sharon also said, I pray for this dark cloud to be removed from Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much, Sharon. Capiza says, good night, folks. Warm, windy, and sweet Carolina East until tomorrow. Thank you, Capiza. And I think that is it for the closing comments. Let me just double check. Yep. Okay. Yeah, folks. Thank you very much. Let me see what we're gonna go out with tonight. I have a few songs in there. All right, we're gonna go out with this one tonight. All right, folks. See you all again. Thanks for joining us. Let me go out with this song here.
Ring me back.
You want that one?
I love that.
I'll go play that one then. Okay, I'll go play that one. That's our boss song, you know. We had to get
yeah, me had to bring she in here, boy, yeah. I want to sing that song with her.
We had to get senior in truth, boy.
She's going to be singing Plight of My People. Make some noise for Lady Gypsy.
No plight of my people. Too much a one thing, good for nothing. Too much a good thing, never enough. I don't know why my black people cannot see. No party never care about we. Every election we so devoted. How we love up we PNM. As soon as election come and go, it's only problem after problem. How could we cope? Man lost their hope. I ain't seeing no solution. Every time PNM come in power, it takes a toll on black man. I don't want to sound like a racist, but this is what I can see. They just take care of the race, but they damn well know they have we. I want to ring me bell, wake up Eric Williams. Tell him the party found him PNM needed immediate attention. Ring me bell, wake up Mother Cornhucks. Tell she to cast a spell on we party, not what it used to be. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. This thing is becoming out of hand. It's time this damn nonsense stop. If you don't sing a PNM song, from Skinner Park you'll be dropped. Calypsonian could have sing what they want. We were the spokesman for the people. Eric Duffy, Chambers Dunphy. When Kamala drunk, how she like to pee. Calypsonian know that's no way to go. Too much happening in we country. All this killing spree, young woman body, but only about PNM you could sing. All them songs playing on the radio, all you singing with Kamala do. But when PNM do a wrong thing, I ain't hearing a word from you. I want to ring my bell, wake up Mother Carcel. Every Monday she preach on WAC radio and is the biggest critic of Calypso. Ring my bell for Patsy and Joni. I want them two cultural lovers to know not only PNM song is Calypso. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. I ring my bell, ring my bell. I ring my bell down there. Crime will never stop in this country once black people belly empty. How could a man work in CPEP maintain his whole family? All you say the past regime was so bad, so much wrong thing they done to we. Now that PNM take over, why poor people going hungry? When PNM win, all African grin. Now we get back we country. All they doing is complaining and ain't doing nothing for we. The mess already made, don't sit in the shade and ponder on we problem. Get off your ass and do it fast and find a way to solve them. I want to ring my bell, wake up Randolph Burrows. Tell him among all past police commissioners, up to now it he I prefer. Ring my bell, wake up the Lord Bryna. Tell him the state of Calypso today is a good thing he passed away.
Oh,
yeah, yeah. If I have no rights to privacy, well, it's best I take off my clothes. Please apologize, Mr. AG, for uttering those silly words. When Munilal say, hush your stink mouth, the whole country come down on heat. Nobody tell him but nothing for calling a man stupidity. Please don't get me wrong, I am PNM strong. I will stand defend my party. But when my pocket dry and empty, everyone is my enemy. All you take with Carnival Village, no Calypsonian can't make a cent. Great is the PNM, I go sing that and pay my rent. Ring my bell. We can take down this one. I want to hear this. So much of educated black people that was born here in this island, because lack of opportunity migrated to a foreign land. When I was small, in every school hall, Eric William face you could see. Now every 5 years a new PNM, you can't identify nobody. When UNC was there, Barack Podebe, they take care of their people. Why you can't do the same thing and stop African from seeing trouble? PNM come and PNM go, it's the same plight of my people. Stop suffering the poor man and make it more young bandit here in this land.
yeah, yeah.